Okay. Hello. Could you? Oh, you can hear me now. Yeah, I can hear myself now. Awesome. We will get started. Um, so nice to see everyone again. It's been a little while since we've been in Beat Generator, so it's brilliant to be back. This is always one of my favourite venues, so it's nice to be back. Thank you to John at the back that's let us come back here, so thank you very much for that. We've been doing this for a little while now. The very first Games Talks Live event, it wasn't called that at the point, was here in Beat Generator. It was just next door. Do we have anyone that was at that very first one about 6 years ago now or something? One, two, a handful? Awesome. Anyone that wasn't at Edinburgh last night, anyone want to take a guess what number of Games Talks Live tonight is? If you include all the different ones, like one in Dundee, one in Glasgow, one in Edinburgh, etc. How many are we up to? Take a guess. 7? 28 would probably win the prize. This is the 27th Games Talks Live event. How amazing is that? We started this 6 years ago. My favourite memory of that was coming here, realising we didn't have a projection screen, and we upended a trestle table and wallpapered it with A4 bits of paper, and that was our screen that very first time. We borrowed a projector. Mal, I think, lent us the projector. So it's great that we've been able to improve the professionalism a little bit. For those of you that haven't been here before, actually, do we have any newbies? Has anyone not been to one of these events before? Oh, a bunch of people. Awesome. Brilliant. Well, welcome. Thank you very much for coming along. If you don't know me, I'm Colin MacDonald. I do a bunch of things in the games industry and have been for about 30 now. A lot of it in Dundee, but mostly around Scotland. History of these was basically just to try and find an excuse to get us all together as an industry, rather than us all meeting at overseas conferences and stuff. But what we quickly realised after doing the first couple is that although it's great getting us together as the Scottish industry or the Dundee industry and hearing from amazing speakers that we're going to get later on, what's actually just as valuable, if not more, is that having us all as an industry in one place is really exciting to people outside of Scotland as well. So this is why we've got a bunch of publishers and we've had investors and all sorts of people come up, because they know the amazing talent we've got in Scotland. They just need an excuse. They want to come. And something like this just means when someone like me emails them 3 months ago, they go, oh yeah, that's just the excuse I was looking for to come up and meet everyone. So whether it's this event or anything else, just by getting together, you kind of create that inertia that pulls other people up to Scotland. And what we're hoping, obviously, is that new deals get done, new relationships get formed, games get signed, all that kind of good stuff. So there's a lot of good comes out of this. We obviously have a whole bunch of speakers. We've got something like 14 or 15 different speakers. They've only got 10 minutes each, which is actually really hard to prepare a talk to keep down to only 10 minutes. So please respect all the time. It takes a lot more work to prepare a 10-minute talk than prepare a half-hour talk. There's a famous quote, George Orwell or something said, I would have written a shorter letter, but I didn't have the time. And the same applies to talks. So they've spent a lot of time creating these talks that can be condensed down into 10 minutes. But it means we get an amazing array of people and topics to hear from. We've got 3 talks in a row, each 10 minutes, and then we've got a half-hour break, and that's basically the format for the rest of the afternoon and evening. The point of the breaks is to follow up from the talks. So anytime you hear from someone interesting or the topic they've talked about you want to find out more about, they can't go into that much detail in the 10 minutes, but use the breaks, follow up with them, and just follow up with each other as well. The point of this is just to make sure as many people are connected as possible. We will bring up the schedule of the talks. This might change a little bit. I've got one speaker running late. This might change a little bit throughout the afternoon, but there's a rough schedule there. We are also live streaming this, I hope, I think. We're getting a thumbs up that we're live streaming from Lucy, our engineer at the back. So if you're watching this online, thank you for joining us. Obviously, you're not able to participate in the amazing in-person networking that will happen between the talks. But what we'll do is in the breaks, while everyone here is next door networking, we will play out some old talks so that you've still got an amazing array of talks to be watching for the whole duration of this. And if you do want to chat to other people that are watching online, you can jump onto our Discord. So if you go to in a browser, punch in gamestalks.live/Discord, that'll take you to our Discord channel and you can chat to other people that are watching there. As I said, these events have grown a little bit in scale and cost. To be frank, since that very first event with the wallpaper trestle table, we've now got all the fancy AV equipment. We've hired a coach to take all the speakers round. We've got to put loads of people up in hotels, all this kind of stuff. And it simply wouldn't happen without the sponsors. The ticket price is modest because of the support of the sponsors. So I need to give a massive thank you to all the sponsors of today. So that's to Team Terrible, Blackadders, Pocket Size Hands, 4J Studios, Ninja Kiwi, No Code, Blazing Griffin, Johnston Carmichael, Escape Technology, Lucid Link, Cerolo, the UK Global Screen Fund, Speech Graphics, and Rivet Games. They've paid for the majority today. They've got the drinks that we can enjoy in the networking break. So please give all our sponsors a massive thank you for me, please. If you have been to one of these before, one of the things that we've been doing, maybe not since the very first one, but since some of the early ones, is finding some great prizes to raffle for some amazing causes. And I've not totaled up the amount, but honestly, we've raised tens of thousands of pounds over the years for some great causes. We've raised money for the NHS, for the Ukrainian Red Cross, for Special Effect, for War Child last time. And this time we're raising it for Save the Children's Gaza Crisis Fund. So the way this works, if you're able to donate, we basically extract the donation data from the Just Giving site, and we allocate one raffle ticket for every £5 you donated. So you donate £5, you get one draw that goes in. If you donate £50, you get 10 tickets. If you win something, then that ticket comes out for the rest. Town, and I can never read this on my screen, and Dr. Peter's Meat Machine. Wired Productions have donated an Arcade Paradise bundle, a copy of the Switch player. That one was won last night. Wired have also donated a bundle of The Last Worker and Tin Hearts. Super Rare Games Soccer Story and Let's Build a Zoo and various bits of DLC. Another bundle is Not Tonight 1 and 2 and Tombstar. Another bundle from No More Robots is Family Man, Spirity, Fashion Police Squad and Nowhere Profit. And the final No More Robots bundle is Yes Your Grace Descenders and Hypnospace Outlaws. So there's two of each of those bundles to be drawn tonight. P-Cube have also donated bundles of console games. Last night we did the PS5 draw, so tonight there'll either be a Switch bundle or a PS4 bundle. We'll let you choose later on. So a bunch of different games, 5 in each of those bundle. And then Yogscast have donated 4 copies of Plate Up, their multiplayer game. We'll do that as a bundle of 4, so people can play with their pals. We did the Switch draw last night, so tonight it'll either be PS5 or Xbox copies of Plate Up available. Focus Entertainment, tonight we'll do 2 draws of a bundle of Banishers, Atlas Fallen and Expeditions. War Dog Studios, 2 copies of Modern Warfare 3. All these are Steam codes unless I've said otherwise. PT Turf have donated 2 copies of The Engineer for tonight. And the French accessories company, Nacon, have donated, so tonight will be 1 draw of this high-end headset, the Rig 300 Pro HX, which I can't say I'd ever heard of, but it sounds like it's pretty fancy if it's got that many initials and numbers involved in the name. And they have also donated their, and I've forgotten the name, Pro Compact Xbox controller, something like that. They're donating it because we've raised so much money in the past, and every time I reach out to them, go, no, would anyone donate a couple of prizes? More and more of them donate more prizes each time, and we end up raising more money, and it becomes this lovely upward spiral of raising money for a great cause, and having more great prizes that make it worth everyone donating for a great cause. So if you want to donate, let me just bring that page back up. So many prizes, so many prizes. Scan the QR code, or go to gamestalks.live/raffle. If you're watching the live stream, that should be scrolling along the bottom of the screen. Anytime up until about 9 o'clock tonight, make a donation, and we'll collate all those donations, assign a ticket for every £5 that's been donated. Make sure you leave your name next to the donation. There's not much we can do if you donate money and it comes up saying anonymous. We have had a few anonymous winners, and there's no one for me to send the prize to, so that doesn't help. But it's a brilliant cause. Last night we raised £850 already, which is an amazing sum of money for a great cause. So I'm hoping we can at least get over the £1,000 tonight. Maybe quite a bit further, we'll wait and see. Great cause, great prizes, so get involved in that. You've already heard enough of me for all today, so I'm pleased to say that you don't have to put up with me until the very end. What's worked out much better than having me introduce all the speakers is having someone local to each city introduce the speakers. So it's great for me in a number of different ways. Partly I get to put my feet up, kind of. Partly we get a much better compere who's going to introduce each of the speakers, bring them onto to stage, and just keep you up to date about the running order. So I'm really pleased that we've got someone that has been a speaker here in Dundee before. I think most of you know her. Please welcome Phoebe Anderson from Hyperliminal Games.
Hello, folks. Thank you, Colin. Hello. You all look lovely. Yeah, I'm Phoebe. I'm a game designer at Hyperliminal Games with previous experience in QA. And yeah, it's an amazing time for Scottish games being published this week. We've got some great titles, such as Haunty being published by Firestoke. That comes out on the 23rd. That's very exciting. We've got Harvest Hunt being published by Neon Hive, which comes out today. And then we've got Pine Hearts, which is coming out on the 23rd, published by Little Nook. And I have absolutely no favoritism towards any of the games coming out this week. No favoritism at all. No, but in all seriousness, Pine Hearts was the first game I worked on when I joined the company. I QA'd the vertical slice, and it's amazing to see it getting launched this week. So yeah, it's fantastic. Thank you. But enough shameless a shilling. Let's get on to the Games Talks. It's amazing to be back here at Games Talk Live. I absolutely love being here and getting to talk to people who are passionate about the industry and hear their talks. So without much further ado, let's hear the first talk, shall we? So first up, we have Ben Board, Unreal Engine Business Development at Epic Games. Welcome up, Ben Board. Everyone give a huge, huge hand.
Otherwise, I'll be here all night talking about amazing engine technology. Just to echo a few things. First off, I apologize in advance to everyone who was here last night who's going to hear my jokes again. I haven't got new ones. I'm going to echo what Colin said. So I've come up here from Brighton. I think if I haven't won the How Far People Have Come competition, I think I probably made it out of the group. It's a massive, massive pleasure to be here. I appreciate Colin's invitation, but this exactly as he says, it's a fantastic opportunity to come up here and see everybody, because I don't get up here often enough, frankly, and it's a good excuse. So the most important thing I want to say today is, if I haven't met you already, please just come and say hello. It doesn't matter if you're using Unreal, it doesn't matter if you're using any of the things in the world. I love games developers, I love games development, I've been doing it a long time, and I just like hanging out with games dev. So come and tell me about amazing things. Congratulations to you guys for shipping your games as well this week. Couple of things I learned this week. One is, when you come to Dundee, do not bring sunglasses and do not bring a coat. Also, I've learned that by putting things in Latin, they sound more impressive. So this is not working out for me here with this, but everything's fine. Everything's fine with the microphone. Cum succedit, succedimus, which means when you succeed, we succeed. And if there's one thing you want to understand about Epic Games, it's this. Our business model is entirely based around your success. We are a royalty-driven business. Not everyone likes the royalties, I get it, but when you think about it, and I encourage you to do so, it does mean that everything, the only way that we receive money from is through, in terms of Unreal Engine specifically, is when you are successful with your games, right? The more money you make making your games, the more royalty we take, and that's great, but it means that I and we are positively incentivized for your success, right? So I'm not going to sell you a thing and then never speak to you again. The better you do, the better we do. So please, that's the thing to understand. That's partly why I want to speak to you, right? So, let me talk about a couple of things in our world. Probably not news to a lot of you, but okay, let's see how this... The thing doesn't work. The button doesn't work, nothing works. That doesn't work when I do that either. Hey? Oh, what? There's a lot of things going on in Epic world, and it's not just Unreal Engine, right? So these days we try to provide a kind of end-to-end ecosystem of products that you can use to make and sell your games. Starting at one end with Unreal Engine. Yes, we'll talk about that more. Recently, we've added Unreal Editor for Fortnite. Those are the two things I'm really going to speak to about today. Two fantastic ways that you can use to make your video games, plus other tools. We also, as well as providing the tools that allow you to build your games, we also have content libraries and marketplaces that you can use to acquire the content which you fill with your games with. We have the Quixel Megascans library, we have ArtStation, community library, we have Sketchfab, also a community marketplace, and we also have the Unreal Engine marketplace through the access through the launcher. This year, all of those are going to get glommed together into one store to rule them all, which will be called Fab, and it's going to be amazing, and everyone's world will be rocked, and that's going to happen this year. So we also have services that you can use to manage your games, to drive your games. So we have Epic Online Services, a cross-platform multiplayer library with account services to allow you to create the kind of ID systems that you need to have cross-platform, to be able to find, for players to be able to find each other no matter what platform that they're running, as well as in-game services like matchmaking and leaderboards and all the rest of it. It's all for free. You can incorporate it in your game. You don't have to use Unreal. You can use it on any engine. You can use it whether you're shipping on the Epic Games Store or on Steam or anything else, right? Any engine, any store. Distribution, we provide two ways of getting your game that you've made into players' hands. One is the Epic Games Store, where the headline is that we take less of the money that the customers give you because it's your money and because you made the game, right? So we don't want to take 30%, we take 12%. We think that's fairer. We also provide Fortnite, which you may have heard of, which is with UEFN, Unreal Editor for Fortnite, that becomes the place where you can ship your game. I'll come on to that in a moment. And we also have a rich community. And somehow already half of my time has gone, and I'm on slide 1. Sorry. Unreal Engine, right? You're familiar with this. The intent of Unreal Engine is our premium games product. You can use Unreal to produce games for any platform. Our thing is quality. It's quality of the tools. It's quality of the output. We are pretty confident that there is no engine that you can have access to which is going to give you better quality, but that also doesn't mean that you have to have 1,000 million people on your team. There are plenty of people making, I was speaking to some of them last night, and maybe there's some of them in the room right now. Solo devs, small teams, 2 or 3 people. Manalords came out, was mentioned earlier. Manalords was one dude, 7 years, but one dude, right? 7-man years, I'm just saying, we all know is still a pretty good rate for a game like that. It sold 2 million copies in 20 seconds. The tools are there the tools scale really, really well. One of the very coolest things about our world is that Unreal Engine is used by Epic to make its games. If you don't already know that, that's critically important. Fortnite is just made using the same Unreal Engine that we provide to you for free. Right? It isn't a special Epic version. It's just, I mean, yeah, sure, there's tech that we've produced on top of it, just like you can. Anyway, if our tech doesn't work, if the engine doesn't work to make our games, we change it and we improve it, and then we give those improvements to you. We give you all the source code, so you can do whatever you like with the source. You can do whatever you like with the source code. You can make changes, you can add stuff, you can take stuff away. There's guidance around how good an idea that is, but you can do what you like with it. And you don't have to be a C++ ninja to write games in Unreal. You can make whole games in visual scripting, our blueprint system. I'm not going to go into this because here's a few of the new features in the last couple of versions. I want to call that motion matching because that's incredible. That's a new tech for the engine for making your characters move impressively. 2 things to be aware of, two kind of licensing models, which again, also looking at this, the tyranny of that little tiny clock. 2 licensing models. The free model, the EULA, essentially, you don't pay us anything until you have earned $1 million from your game. And then on the revenue above that, you pay us 5 cents on the dollar. We think that's pretty okay. The custom license is something you can talk to me about, where if you want to pay less than 5%, then talk to me, we can sell you a custom license, and you get support. But that's only if you're a publisher. No one, developers, you speak to your publishers about this. The other thing, Unreal Engine for Fortnite. This is an Unreal-based editor based on running on the PC, which you can use to publish games that appear in Fortnite. You make a game on your PC using this editor, which looks a bit like Unreal, and using many of the features of Unreal, and you press a button, and then it can be played by anyone who has access to Fortnite. In November, we announced that there were 100 million MAU, 100 million people, just in the month of November playing Fortnite. This is a lot of people. And you can get your game in front of all of those people. It's got powerful Unreal Engine tools. They're so powerful. It's collaborative, so it's elaborative, so you can be working with your friends to produce the stuff, and then you can publish to millions and millions of players. right? You can become your own publisher. There's an enormous audience of people playing this game. And you don't just have to make games that look like Fortnite. You can put any assets you want into the game. You can build them yourself. You can buy them off the store. Um, you can create your own gameplay using this verse scripting language. For Unreal people, there is no blueprints, there is no C++ because of online and so on. But your game is multiplayer out of the box. It's fully flexible, the gameplay, and understand that we are working on this full time to make this system better every day. That's me.
You're very tall. Hello. Thank you so much, Ben. That was amazing. I'm sorry that was a very evil clock, but you did it so well. I didn't think you would do it. Right. Thanks so much, Ben. Next up, we have Mur Calendarian, CEO of Keelworks. Mur, give it up for Mur. Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Meher Calendarian. I founded Keelworks together with my brother and his girlfriend. So they're both artists, and I come from a business background. Bit of a background. So we have a clear role in our company. So I take care of the business side of things, all the things that usually devs and artists don't want to worry about. And my brother takes care of all the production. He's a self-taught 3D artist. Here are some of his personal work. These are quite old, but I couldn't find anything else in my computer. Yes, it's the cinematic stuff that he's done. I wish I could show you videos, but I only have 10 minutes. And what we did with Keelworks initially, because we come from a film and animation background, we did work like commercial stuff to pay the bills. And we also did visual effects for film and television. And meanwhile, we were doing a lot of prototyping. I'm sorry, it's cut, yeah. And preparing and learning. We continue to take on a lot of. I didn't do anything. So we continue to take. Is it me or is it you? Right. Test. Test. Uh, yeah. Okay. Did you stop that clock? Right, so we continue to take on jobs to pay the bills, and meanwhile we received Epic Mega Grant twice, which was very helpful to finish our prototype and to do our thing. During this period, we faced some challenges, of course, some regular startup challenges that everybody is familiar with, and of course some, no, not of course, but unusual and unnecessary challenges, which of course was not fun. This included getting out of a war zone, surviving an explosion, and dealing with power cuts and all that stuff, which I will not depress you with at the moment. Non-game dev background was going to be a challenge, and we were quite aware of that. We had already built kind of a 3 to 4 minute playable demo during this period, entirely done by two people, from art to dev, with originally composed music done by my uncle. Yeah, it's a family thing. We had 2 CG cinematic trailers, which is uncommon, but because that's what we were good at doing, we were doing that. We started off by doing that until we learned about the game dev and all the rest of it. We did use Unreal Engine, but for so we prepared a well-prepared pitch, or I thought I did, to cover all the gaps, and spoke to a lot of publishers and tried to apply for funding, and it was frustrating. I'm sure most of you in this room who actually run your own businesses and indie studios probably will relate to the frustrations. But I looked at these issues from a different perspective. I looked at it from a professional business management perspective. I didn't probably mention that I used to work for the Scottish government, and I used to manage a big government fund, so I was doing grant management, so I had that hat on. So I observed, reflected a lot, and learned a lot during this period. And one of the things I observed that was not all publishers are able to see and the opportunity and grab it by the neck. And that raised a lot of questions. Had this industry, the creative sector, become a tick box approach all the way? Tick box is necessary to a certain degree, but is it all the way? And I was a bit of surprise. I had lots of questions, and I also realized that they didn't ask the right questions. So second observation, putting my grant management hat on, and generally speaking, because there were some publishers, smaller ones usually, they were very honest from the beginning, but we're generalizing, so we put these ones aside. The issue, not who, I realized that the issue was not who knows more about games and how many titles you know more than I do, but it was the basics. The basics meaning the lack of organization skills, the lack of communication, lack of management skills, and basically the lack of assessment, application assessment structures that didn't exist. Of course, when you're dealing with larger publishers, they suffer from the bureaucratic systems, which we all understand, but this causes unnecessary delays and harms the indie companies. I don't even know how much they are aware of it. Refusers are painful, but what can I do about it to get results was the main question that was going through my head. I tried hard to put the emotions aside and focus on the facts. I wasn't here to educate anybody or to change the world. Was I desperate? Yes, I'm not gonna lie, but I knew after talking to a lot of different publishers that not everyone who throws money at you is a good or the right partner to have. So we should be really careful, even during our desperate times. So common message that I received from all the publishers was that we don't have track record of published title and no online traction. But I didn't really know what that meant. What is online traction? Or, wish list, okay. Some media coverage, how many wish lists? So I went to around 3 publishers who were a bit more honest with me, and I said, give me a number because I don't want to guess. So they said, okay, the type of game you're doing, aim for 3,000. If you get 3,000, we should throw money at you. I'm like, right. Didn't even know if this was achievable or not, but I knew one thing, that I needed a new strategy and new approach. One thing I needed to do first is to quit my full-time job. 2 months before the pandemic was not ideal to do so. I created a trailer from the demo that we had, and I put it out there. Well, that was the plan. I know there are pros and cons in doing that. I was totally aware, but I had no choice. It was the final push, and I was the only person in this country, and my brother and his girlfriend were not around, remember, fleeing a war zone. Get online traction, media interest, reverse roles, get the publishers knocking on my door. Will it work? I didn't know. But we tried it. The results were positive. We got lots of media attention, IGN exclusive, and we got featured in PlayStation Magazine, the big 10 stories people talk about, and we're number 8. We didn't have a game. I was happy about it, and I just, didn't say much. Wish list, we targeted 3,000 wish lists. In 1 week, we got around 12,000 Steam wish lists, and we received 3 deals, and we signed our first ever game with Konami. I learned a few more things, setting up the studio, negotiating the contract, recruiting, and project managing our first game, etc. Allowed me to think and reflect on observations and these experiences, and I learned a few more observations here to share. Make sure you have a good lawyers, but pick your battles and avoid tunnel thinking approach. I know this may cost some money, or it will put indies off because, we don't have money, but there are a lot of lawyers out there. Maybe you can discuss this, but they could arrange some payment systems for you when you're in that stage of negotiating. There are different ways of dealing with it, and it's just have a conversation and see how it goes. But don't have a tunnel thinking approach, because what I realized is that during the negotiations, the lawyers would come back with tons of points that I needed to change, and I was like, I did that the first time. The second time, this is not sustainable. I don't have time, so we need to really think which points we can live with and which ones we can just, say it's okay. Stakeholder engagement is key. For example, I really encouraged Konami to come and visit us every single month. My staff members were freaking out and they weren't happy, but I told them to not worry about it because I will take care of that. And basically what that meant was you're keeping them in the loop. They are aware of every single problem you're facing, and that means that they won't bother you. They can go back and cover your back when you're busy working. Focusing on all aspects of the business is very, very important. We all have this mistake that usually when it's devs starting a company or artists, they forget they're running a business because they're so passionate about the project that they're doing. They don't realize it's a full-time job. Like, I was busy. If you gave me 2 full-time staff members, I would have given them a full-time job during that period. It was incredible how much work there is. IP and trademark is key, but it's also something that is debatable in the industry. I've talked to a lot of indie colleagues, and they said, we don't bother with this, but sometimes you don't have a choice because the game that you're doing, the publisher will require you to register this IP, and without that, they won't be able to move forward with it. And in that scenario, you need lawyers as well. You have to understand two different kinds of lawyers here. One who actually can submit applications, and the other one who should be skilled to defend if there are anything that's going on. I had to deal with South Korean telecommunications and a Spanish casino at some point. Happy to announce that I won the case, but I wasn't expecting that. Working with and recruiting staff, I don't think I'm going to have time to go over this, but hire who you need and don't grow too fast is one thing that we need to take into account. Building a portfolio is key to whoever is not running a studio as well, I guess, because some people always rely on, I get lots of applications. Oh, I just graduated. Here's my 2 master's degrees and 1 BA. I'm like, portfolio is key alongside your basic university, and people underestimate that. Resilience and perseverance really pays. Impact doesn't happen overnight. Prepare well and persevere is the key thing. And you really enjoy the journey and creative process. Now, you're probably wondering what the hell is your first game? Our first game is basically a modern take on the traditional shoot 'em up. And it's a top-down shooter, twin stick, and I think this will probably tell you much.
Fine soldiers of the Leviathan, I address you on this day not as a captain of this ship, but as a proud father and a resident of the only place we call home. There's war. There are no negotiations. No ceasefires with this enemy. You will go in. All guns blazing.
Thank you.
Thank you so much to hear. That was amazing. Yeah, hello, folks. So we're going to have a 20-minute break now, so you can go over to the bar. Don't forget, you can also buy raffle tickets. That's going to come up on the screen, or you can go to gamestalk.live and buy them from there. There will be a thing on the screen at some point. Anyway, go enjoy yourself, go talk. A big thank you to our sponsors, British BFI and Blackadders. Thank you so much, guys. See you in 20. man. Hi, I'm Phoebe. Nice to meet you. Bit of backstory about me. I've been in the industry for just under 3 years now. I actually didn't come from a traditional games background. I studied film and media at university and kind of realized partway through my degree that I was taking any opportunity I could to make my assignments about video games. And I had that realization of, maybe this transcends a hobby for me and I could see this as being something I do for a living. I'd love to help make games happen. But I didn't really know what kind of role I would be suited to or what roles were out there. So I decided that after I finished my degree, I would try and find a job within the games industry. So after a year of unsuccessful job hunting, because it's never that easy, is it? I found a job as a QA, and I was just so ecstatic to be there. I was so happy to be included in the industry and to have finally made it. And then about just over a year ago, I was asked if I would like to do some design work for a game I was testing. And I was like, sure, yeah, I'd love to try. And I did a dry run, and that went well. And then I got offered a position. And I'm just so grateful and so happy and just beyond incomprehensible that people would have that faith and that belief in me. And yeah, I love it. I'd said I'm worried. I'm really worried that I am not learning fast enough, that there's too many gaps in my knowledge, that I'm not doing good enough, and that I will eventually, inevitably, let down those people that put their faith in me. And I thought that maybe this imposter syndrome would get better over time and I would not be so worried. But actually what happened was I just had ammunition to feed it. And it would be like, do you remember that thing you did 6 months ago? Useless. The worst thing. And it's like the backseat driver from hell. So, yeah, I was having a conversation with some colleagues. And yeah, I just overthink. I've always been an overthinker, and I'm hoping this is relatable. And I'm really sorry if it is, because wouldn't it be nice, just for once, to roll over and go to sleep at night and not have to overthink every possibly inconceivably wrong thing you did in a day? Right? So I was having a conversation with some colleagues about my overthinking and my worry, and one of them turns to me and says, "Have you tried exercise?" 1, rude. Clearly, I'm the peak of physical fitness. I'm the one on the left. And 2, I hate exercise. I'm not good at it. I'm not good at it. I'm a hazard to myself and others. I have the A&E history to prove it. But they were pretty insistent that it helps their brain and like it's good for them and to stop this unhelpful thinking. And I was like, okay. So I rejoined the gym. And I don't know about you guys, but I have a very tumultuous history with the gym where I've stopped and started many times over the years, starting from when I was about 12 and could choose it as an elective during Friday's PE session. And I would always choose it because, fun fact about the gym, you can't be chosen last for a team of 1. In theory. So I'm back at the gym after having this conversation with my colleague, and I am reminded exactly why I cancelled all those times. It's loud, it's crowded, it's got weird lighting, and people are hissing. Why are people hissing? What about heavy objects turns you into a snake? I really need to know. And I'm not only overthinking, but I'm now not only just overthinking about how I'm not good enough, but how my body is not good enough, and how the person on the treadmill next to me keeps staring over at me, worried I'm going to keel over with the amount I'm wheezing. So I'm thinking I'm never going to go back. This is awful. That is until I get to this machine. This is the Concept 2 rowing ergometer, or ROERG. I hardly know erg. It weighs in at just under 60 pounds. It has 10 different resistance settings. And if you take it out onto the water, it glides gracefully. To the bottom, doesn't float, don't try it. So it's at this point I'm going to ask for some audience participation. So if the guys could just bring in the rowing machine, that'd be great. I'll ask someone. I don't have a rowing machine, but I wouldn't mind a show of hands if you've ever used one of these machines or anything like it. Cool, great. Now keep your hand up if you've ever played the fish game on one of these machines. Okay, cool. Okay, so for those who don't know, this is the fish game. You play as this fish. Your goal is to eat the small fish and the striped fish to get points and to avoid being eaten by the big fish with teeth, or you'll lose points. You row to go up, you stop rowing to go down, and you have 4 minutes to get the best score you can. And I am at this workout from hell, and I'm playing this fish game, and I'm no longer thinking I'm not good enough. I'm thinking about how in all the times I have stopped and started going to the gym, I've always managed to pick up the fish game. And I've gone to a lot of different gyms, like across the country, like even in England as well. And this has always been there, but I never see anyone else play it, and I've never heard anyone talk about it. So I started to wonder, like, if anyone knew any more about it. So I did what anyone would do. I took to the internet. And I actually couldn't find all that much about it online. Through scouring through some old manuals for these machines, I discovered that the fish game was introduced in the PM3 model, which was released in 2003, which actually makes the fish game 20 years old this year. Amazing. Happy 20th anniversary, fish game. Woo! Yeah. What fortuitous timing on my part. It's almost like I planned it. I really did not. But yeah, I couldn't find much more about it, and I was still really curious. So I took the next step, and I contacted customer services. Yes, I really did this. Because I wanted to know who developed it. Was it in-house? Was it external? Like, could they tell me anything else about it? And I didn't expect a reply, but I did get one by the lovely Nathan. And Nathan told me that the fish game was developed in-house by one of their engineers called John Williams, who has retired a couple years back. This is the photo they posted on his retirement. Isn't he dapper? What a guy! But yeah, as for more details, the links that Nathan sent were just things I'd already found. But I was curious about that high score, because I'm not competitive in the slightest, but I must beat it. And I also really wanted to know if Nathan knew if John had ever created any other games. And Nathan told me that, to their knowledge, John never created any other games. And also his score is 3,240. That's a bit of a comparison. That's my high score, so practically there. I'm like this close. But yeah, I did try and see if I could hunt down John Williams online, see if he had any kind of social media presence. But with a name like John Williams, I didn't have much luck. So I didn't really want to bother Nathan with it, especially since John's retired. So let's just all hope that he's just gone fishing. So what's the point? Why should you care about the fish game? Well, maybe you don't have to care about the fish game, and maybe I was just given 10 minutes and a captive audience and allowed to speak about whatever I wanted. Suckers! No, I do have a point. The point is, the fish game's flawed. For one thing, half the people, or more than half the people who've ever used those machines, didn't even know of its existence. The other thing is, it doesn't take into account the 10 different resistance settings, so someone could be breaking their back, sweating, pushing all their willpower into it, and the person next to them is just rowing merrily along, getting the same score. And I don't care. I still love the fish game. I would defend it to anyone. And that gives me hope. It gives me hope that people will not care so much about the imperfections in my work, will not care that I'm learning by doing, just as John did. So what I would like to ask all of you is to go out there, is to one, be kinder to yourselves, please, and two, go out there and find your fish game. Go find that game or film or piece of media that inspires you, maybe isn't the most genre-redefining piece of work, isn't well-renowned, but lives in the recesses of your brain as something that you hold with a fondness that impacted you in some way. So go out there, go make, go do, go learn, go play, and most importantly, go fish. Thank you for listening.
Okay, hi everyone. I'm really excited to be here in Dundee. So I'm here to introduce Modus Games. We are a publisher, and our tagline is that we bring AAA publishing to independent developers. So I thought I'd tell you a little bit about our group first. So a lot has changed recently, and it can be a little bit confusing about who we are. So at the group level, we're Maximum Entertainment. We're publicly traded on the Swedish Stock Exchange, and we have two different sides of the business. So we have the development side, which is known as Modus Studios, and then we have our publishing labels, of which one is Modus Games. So I'll tell you a little bit about those first. So Modus Studios is based all around the world. We have studios in US, Brazil, Sweden, Hungary, and Romania. And we have about 8 games in development at the moment and 120 game developers. So it's grown quite large quite quickly. And they're working on some really exciting projects at the moment, like an American football simulation title. We actually have a game coming out this week called Bramble, the Mountain King. So please support if you can. It's coming out on Steam and all the platforms. And then we have our publishing labels. So Just for Games is based in France. That's kind of the top distributor of physical games in France, and they work with a lot of AAA companies. Then we have Merge, which is based in the UK. They're an indie publisher, and they are actually publishing Bramble later this week. And they also did a game recently called Small Land, which was doing really well on Steam, like an open world survival craft game. And then we have Maximum Games, which is also the company that I represent. We are a top 20 physical publisher in the world, so we do physical copies and lots of cool editions with games like Among Us and Sifu and Kenna Bridge of Spirits, and we do merchandise and collector's editions and stuff like that as well. So what is Modus Games? That's what I'm here to talk about today, and hopefully I can talk to you personally later as well if you're working on any titles. So we're about 50 people in the publishing unit. We've done over 20 games at this point, and we're really flexible as a publisher, so we like to work with lots of different developers around the world on lots of different games. And to tell you a little bit about us, I thought I'd do just a couple of small case studies of games that we've worked on before and how we've worked with them on both the marketing side and the production side. So the first is Super Animal Royale. I wonder if anyone has played this game here. Oh, there we go. One person. So yeah, incredibly popular, as you can see. So with Super Animal Royale, the game had actually already released when we came to help them. But they had this weird system where it was like they had a free demo, but then you could upgrade it to a paid game. And the game is so special and so fun that we thought that this could go to a way bigger audience. So we ended up signing a deal with them, and we kind of had 3 pillars for how we wanted to market the game and revamp the whole thing. So we created a bespoke plan and campaign for the developers. We really made it community and influencer driven. And then we put a big emphasis on basically getting the game in as many places as possible and just marketing it everywhere. So the bespoke plan was basically to make the game totally free to play because, you know, we're an evil publisher and we just love microtransactions, of course. But no, the developers are very, this is their precious baby, and we really were sensitive to their needs and what they wanted to do. But this game just like has the potential to go to such to be so accessible and to go to such a wide audience that we basically revamped the whole thing, and we built out a whole system to make it a live service game. And then we could market all of these cool like seasonal updates and battle passes, and we've expanded it to like over 400 playable animals, which is really awesome at this stage, and still doing more and more. And the way that we did that is really by having a community and influencer base of the marketing campaign. So we contacted a bunch of influencers that seemed like they might be interested in playing the game, and we did loads of cool stuff with them. Like we made them animals in the game that they could play as, and they just went absolutely crazy for that. So I think like doing those really bespoke things for individual influencers really pay off. And then we did a lot of community events and incentivized the community to do a lot of fan art and to get involved with the game, and we grew the Discord to over 100,000 members. And then we went truly multi-platform. We went crazy with the porting and just ported it to as many different places as possible, including Google Stadia, RIP, Facebook. We even brought it to Mac, which we don't use very often. But we really wanted that, like, whenever we were doing this like global marketing, that people could literally play the game wherever they wanted. That was like a huge part of the campaign for us, and so it worked out really well. We have got to almost 40,000 30,000 reviews on Steam now. We've almost reached 10 million unique players as well. And I can go on all day about how amazingly great we are, but if you really want to make money making games, then just make animals that look like humans in your game. It works every time. Okay, so the production case study I wanted to talk about is In Sound Mind. So this is an amazing game made with a development studio in Israel. And the cool thing about working with them was that they were not super experienced game developers. They were actually recent students, and they used to make games together as kids, and then they just decided to make a game studio together. And that brought up a lot of kind of challenges during the process, but the game was special enough that we really wanted to just go through with it. So we brought in this man here who is part of our team. He's our VP of production. And his philosophy behind production, and I guess if you're in game development, you will understand this, is that anything that could not possibly go wrong will definitely go wrong. And we have found that time and time again with our games. And so what we're really trying to do is just basically be there for you when stuff does inevitably go wrong. So with In Sound Mind, the way we did that was by focusing on 4 main things. So the first is testing. That's basically a huge part of game development for us now. So we've grown a group to almost 3,000 playtesters on our Discord. And with In Sound Mind, every time they made a new chapter of the game, we were doing a playtest, and we were scoring maybe, we do like predicted Metacritic, and we were scoring maybe like 50 to 60% each chapter, and then through just testing, asking really specific questions about specific parts of the game, we were bringing that score up about 20 points by the end of each playtest. And then it came to porting, so we always like to do multi-platform and global, and the developers were like, it's impossible to port to Nintendo Switch, it's impossible to port to current generation, previous generation like PS4 and Xbox One. We were like, don't worry bros, like we got you, like we're so experienced with this, like yeah, we were totally wrong. So we actually never managed to bring the game to PS4 and Xbox One because it was impossible. We should have listened to them. But after 8 grueling months, we did manage to bring the game to Nintendo Switch. But that was a really interesting learning experience for us. Because the game was actually developed originally on such an old version of Unity that it actually could not pass submission checks. So we had to change the whole game to a newer version of Unity quite close to the end. Similarly with localization, it all went wrong. Usually it's all done in a spreadsheet, but this time it was just done on Microsoft Notepad. So we had to go through and change that whole thing just to localize to different languages, which was a really interesting experience again. But we love the games, and we love each game that we publish, and we want to give it the right amount of time and effort that's necessary to make something truly special and to allow it to reach its potential. And so we really just wanted to give the developers enough time to do it, and we delayed the game a couple times, and that's very common in the games industry and with us also. So here are the results. We managed to get to overwhelmingly positive on Steam, which we were so proud of, and we were so happy for the developers as well. So yeah, we're really happy with that result. Oh. Okay, so just a couple other cool things, I guess, working with us. One is that we do physical releases for most of our titles, so that's really awesome. You actually get to hold a copy of your game once it comes out, which I think is a really special experience. And we can also do merchandise and things like that. And also, you get to see data. This is a slide that maybe would be the least exciting thing ever for some people, but for some people it's also really exciting. So we basically show you all of the data that we have. So like sales, unit numbers, pretty much everything you can see at exactly the same time as us. So it allows you to really run your business in a transparent way where you can see everything going on. So yeah, that's us, AAA publishing for independent developers. Thank you for sitting through this with me, and yeah, hope to chat to you about this afterwards.
there's more of us who have a games background working at the BFI. If we fast forward a good few years back to 2021, remember that? We were all still like in our houses during the pandemic. That's when the UK Global Screen Fund started. We started as a £7 million per annum fund meant to help the UK's independent screen industries grow internationally. That means making more content, making more sales outside of the UK, increasing your partnerships outside of the UK as well. And if we go and that is £7 million, out of which 2 of them, the International Business Development strand, is also open to video games. And we have one of our awardees here in the room with us tonight. Give a hand up for Justin from Blazing Griffin. If you have any questions about how the fund management process is from an awardee point of view, that's your man. If you want to talk about how it is to apply, you can chat with me. So that was 2021. I joined the team back in 2022 as, to my knowledge, the first person in the British Film Institute who has a credit on a game, which is a really cool achievement. And then in 2022 as well, Screen UK got launched, and I'll be telling you a bit about that later. However, what I think is more important is that in 2024, this year, the BFI, through our Research and Statistics Unit, have also launched an Innovation Challenge Fund, which I know some of you in the room have been applying for, which has been about £350,000 grant funding again, to help with 2 challenges. The first one was data in the video games industry, and how do we tackle that? What type of data do we need, and how can we make the most of it? And 2, to help folks from underrepresented backgrounds make more games, and how can that, how can you best use £100,000 to help that without specifically giving 1 or 2 people £100,000. So if we fast forward, international business development is the strand currently that's open to video games in addition to film and TV. We funded 20 companies in the games industry with £1.6 million over the past 3 years. And it's really great to see the breadth of work and the breadth of companies that have been applying to this. Companies from all over the UK, companies that have all sorts of content, and from all types of platforms. We want to continue funding this, and we want to continue funding companies from all over the UK. I'll be going through some eligibility criteria in a second, and if you think you might be eligible, and if up to £200,000 grant funding that you don't need to give back sounds interesting, come have a chat with me at the break, at any of the breaks. Screen UK is the other name that I mentioned, and this is a 2-in-1 platform. The first one is a B2C offering, which puts independent film, TV, and video games that are made in the UK in front of international audiences. In the US, in Canada, in France, and I think a couple of other English-speaking territories. If you have a game that's coming up over the next, let's say, 6 to 12 months, and you can at least share the expected launch month, please let me know, because we'd love to have a chat whether or not, to see whether we can feature you on the website. That basically means that we're going to be doing paid marketing spend for you for free for your game. This month, I think our main title was Botany Manor, which is this absolutely lovely game where you're chilling and kind of like growing plants, interesting plants in an old mansion. Very, very lovely. And we also feature Bish Bash Bots. We'll see what June brings. But let's go back to £200,000 grant funding. The main points of the International Business Development strand, and this is 2 slides out of about 26 pages of guidelines. So again, there's a lot more on this. You can find that on the BFI website. The main point of this is that it's grant funding to help you implement a 3-year business strategy. We think long term. We are not just interested in you releasing something in the next 6 months. We're not interested in necessarily seeing outcomes over the next 12 months. All of the planning that we do and the way that we want to see you think about your company is over 3 years. And as I said, the purpose is for you to increase your international partnerships, reach, audiences, and the type of content that you make with international appeal. All of it, at the end of the 3 years, resulting in more internationally attributable turnover than if you hadn't gotten the funding. Now, exactly how does that work? Because as I mentioned, this funding is not for projects. It's not meant to help you make a prototype. It's not meant to help you make the games that you're working on, right? That's the other bald man in the room who has access to that funding. And you can see Colin at the end of the room. What exactly can we fund? Well, we can pretty much fund anything other than you making your games specifically, like putting money into the project. We also cannot fund existing overheads. We can't fund funders paying for their salary, and we can't fund things like you paying yourself dividends or paying off debt and things like that. But we've funded a number of things over the years. The most common request that we get, and I think this is because everybody really needs that, has been what we call bandwidth increasing hires. So this is bringing somebody new into your company that has some skills that you've always been looking for. Be that a community manager, social media manager, somebody who's an art director, or doing things like being a tech director, or somebody who can do biz dev for you. We can also cover consultancy, by the way. So if you just want to bring somebody in as a consultant to help you, I don't know, better exploit the IP that you're working on into merchandising or something like that, we can do that. We've also funded specifically game companies who wanted to do self-publishing to hire someone like a publishing director, right? Which sounds interesting. But it's not just that. We can also cover things like you having marketing or localization costs, acquiring IP, dealing with trademarks, right? That's something that got mentioned earlier on. Doing training for your company. If that's going to help you bring in additional turnover by making more games, then that's something that we can fund. Now, key points and the important parts here are currently the applications are open and they close on the 28th of June. It takes more than a day to put in an application. It usually takes about a week to gather all of the data that you need and make sure that everybody's behind it. So don't leave it to the final week or the final day. And do let me know if you have any specific questions around that. They're grants, so you don't have to give the money back. And they focus on 3 years, so not just the next 6 months. You need to have had a company for at least 2 years by the time of the application deadline, which is the 28th of June. You must have had at least one game that you led on the development or distribution / publishing of. That can also be in early access or having been released as part of like a Steam Fest or something like that. And you need to have at least £35,000 gross profit average. And the way that we calculate that is your total revenues over the past 2 financial years and the current one in terms of forecasts, minus your cost of sale, but that's before salaries, before other overheads. So again, generally speaking, with the games industry, we're good at hiring people. So if you've made a game fully funded, it's very likely that you're going to be eligible for this. But as I said, there's more eligibility criteria, and I am running out of time. So thank you so much. You can send me an email, or you can find me at the break.
Thank you so much, Chris. Amazing. Right. Next up, we have the co-founder of SavePoint Industry Gathering, senior producer at Devolver Digital, Reese Wright. Reese, welcome up, everyone.
Hello, everyone. Lovely to see you here. Thank you for having me. Let me see, do we get me up on the screen there? Should I push the button? There we go. All right. So, yes, lovely to be here. I'm as the co-founder of SavePoint Industry Gathering and also a senior producer at Devolver Digital. I'm also embarrassed to admit this is actually my first time ever in Dundee. I live in Glasgow, so I don't really have that good of an excuse for not coming out here, but I do really appreciate you getting rid of your famous Dundonian sun and giving us some nice grizzly Glasgow grey just for me, so I feel at home, so thank you. Not here just to talk about the weather. I'm going to talk a little bit about SavePoint. So SavePoint is a networking community for people of underrepresented genders who work in the games industry. I'm going to talk a little bit about how we came to be, what we do, and a little bit about why this is quite an important thing still within the games industry to be able to support support people of different backgrounds. So, SafePoint has been around for about 4 years now. We originally launched when I was living down in London, and it was intended to be a series of monthly in-person events that would be happening for people of underrepresented genders who lived in London. Now, if you look at that date, you might notice something about it. Probably not the best date to be running a series of ongoing monthly events in person. We had our very first and at that point last in-person event for a while, and very quickly had to pivot to doing everything online. So we started a Discord community. We started doing monthly chats and bringing people in. And at that point, we were very much focused on UK because that's where we started and that's where our network was. But we realized, obviously, no duh, but yeah, we could do this internationally. We can bring people in. So we had people that were interested in joining us from the EU, and then some Americans as well. And we're like, okay, well, this is getting a bit bigger than we had originally thought it would be. What can we do? And we discovered there was another group that was based in the US that was basically doing the exact same thing, and they were an offshoot of a group called the Games Industry Gathering. A few of you may know about this. It's kind of like a speed networking online event that they do every month, and it's a lot of fun. But they had a group called Key Creators that were doing the same sort of thing we were, so we all combined and we became this international community. And now we have over 900 members. That number is actually, we just got over 900 all around the world, and we're now back to finally doing in-person events again. So we've done, this is actually from GDC, we've done events at PAX West, we're doing an event at in Brighton for Develop this year, and we're trying to start doing things in different hubs as well, maybe Dundee someday, hopefully. And we're trying to bring the community together as much as we can all around the world. And we're still obviously running our online stuff as well for people who are less able to come along to in-person events. So yeah, why we started this really was the one thing I've noticed quite a lot in the space is when you're talking about groups that are catering to people of underrepresented genders, it tends to be very focused on women and femme presenting. So you get a lot of like women and non-binary people, but they're not talking about mask presenting non-binary people or people who, non-binary is not femme light. We're something different, right? So I wanted to create a space that was going to be open for mask presenting non-binary people and also trans men, so they would feel that they were a part of this group. SafePoint is for all of us. The main thing we were looking to be able to do is to be able to bring people together. When you're in an underrepresented group and you're working in the games industry, sometimes it can be really hard to find people who understand your point of view, the problems you're having. You can ask questions of like, is this okay? Or shall I go to this company? Will they support who I am? And we wanted to create a safe, welcoming space for people to feel that they had a lifeline, I guess, within the industry that they could go to, meet other people like themselves, grow their peer group, and ask the questions they wanted to ask and get the support that they need. The other big thing for us too, but really the main point I think too, is that there's a lot of work that's being done in the games industry to bring new people in from different diverse backgrounds, which is amazing. A lot of schools are doing a lot of work on that now, and a lot of outreach happening, which is fantastic. But the one thing that is really as key as any of that is keeping people within the games industry who are already here. Currently, if you've heard the stat, it's pretty atrocious. The average game career apparently is 5 years. Just 5 years. Now I'm 18 years into games, so I've got the trend a little bit, but I do understand how difficult it can be. That number is actually lower for people of different underrepresented backgrounds because it's quite tough. So we want to make sure that people feel supported, that they have a place here, that the games industry is their home and they feel comfortable. So places like SafePoint and many other wonderful groups who do very similar things for different underrepresented groups, we want to make sure that that is helping to keep people within. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the makeup of the games industry. You may have heard this before. This is from the 2022 Games Industry Survey that Yuki did. So this is basically self-reported from the UK games industry. Hopefully they'll be doing another one this year because they tend to do them every couple of years. So if they do another one, I do highly recommend everyone takes part in it because it's wonderful to see what we actually are, who makes our industry as good as it is. So going through these stats, It's not all doom and gloom, but some of them are a bit hard. This one here, 67% male, 30% female, 3% non-binary. Now, general human population's about half and half when it comes to women and men, and 50% of gamers apparently are women. So, that's a little bit shocking, really. We should be doing better there. I will point out that 3% non-binaries really high. So we're also apparently 4% self-reporting as trans as well, which is a lot higher than the games industry and than the working population across the UK. So as much as we do need to do better for women, we are doing something really good for people who are non-binary and trans. But there are other areas, though, that still need a lot of improvement. 11% for different minority ethnic backgrounds, which is about on par with other tech and professional careers, but we still have a lot of work to do to make sure that that representation is across all levels rather than the fairly more lower levels, and that's the same for people of different genders too. This one's a big one that people are talking about a lot right now, is like economic disparity of people that have been coming into the games industry. Like a lot of people from lower economic backgrounds have been left behind, and there's some really good people, really good groups who are trying to address that now, but there's still a lot of work that we need to do. At the moment, we're about 62% have come from more privileged backgrounds. There is not, as I said, not all doom and gloom. This is a great stat. I love this. Apparently, 24% of the UK games industry have self-reported as LGBTQ+, which is the average across the working population is estimated to be about 3.1%. Y'all, we're very queer, and it's awesome. So, I mean, that says to me that as much as there is still improvements to be made, there's something to be said about what the games industry is as far as who's attracted to come work here, what support is here for them, whether maybe it's the fact that games industry is a place where people feel more free to be themselves because we create these wonderful experiences that tell these wonderful stories and people want to express themselves a little bit more openly, and I think that's wonderful, and long may that continue. This is another one too, 18% self-reporting is neurodivergent. Additionally on this as well, 18% report as being long-term disabled. So again, much higher than the average national averages. That says that there's a lot of support here for people being able to think differently, be differently, access things differently, which is wonderful. I think everyone in this room knows someone who's neurodivergent. I am absolutely certain of that. And I think it's great that we're there and we can support that. I'll do a quick run through some really great groups that have been doing other stuff as well. I mean, video games, the point of what we do is being able to create authentic experiences. We need those people in this industry to have those voices. So if you're interested in supporting other groups as well, Pixel's a really good resource as far as finding out how to do more inside your company, Into Games doing some great stuff about bringing people in. Limit Break Mentorship, which I'm also associated with, is a free mentoring scheme in the UK for all levels of people at your companies. Yuki and Raise the Game have been providing great resources, and Pock and Play, again, a lovely, great company, a group that's been doing stuff for people of colour. And yeah, if you want to learn more about Save Points, this is our website. This will tell you how to join. We're also looking for support, so if anybody's interested in supporting us in the future, then do get in touch. You'll come and have a talk with me in the next break. And that's me for time. I just want to say thank you. And yeah, that's it.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Reese. Oh, hello. Okay. Act natural. Right. Next up, we have Kirk Daly, partner at Blackadder's. Coming up, Kirk. Big round of applause, please. Thank you.
There we go. All good. So, good evening, everyone. Great to see so many of you here tonight. My name's Kirk Daly. I'm a partner at Blackadders. We're a full-service Scottish law firm, and I head up the corporate commercial team, and within that, our video games unit. So great to see so many of you here tonight. I'm here to talk about AI, video games, and the law. Where are we now? A huge topic, very complex, and certainly very difficult to cover in 10 minutes, but we'll give it a bash. Very briefly, just about the firm and some of the work we do in the video game sector. I've been involved in the sector for a number of years and been lucky enough to be involved with some great companies and great businesses. So we acted in connection with for 4D Studios in connection with its Minecraft development deal with Mojang, the sale of CloudGen to Epic Games a few years ago, and various other exciting publishing agreements, investments. And we also really enjoy working with startups and scale-ups. So we've got great relationships with universities here in Dundee and throughout Scotland, and we really enjoy working with clients at all ends of the spectrum across this great sector. So I thought, if we're doing a talk on AI, it's only right that I use a bit of AI. So I asked ChatGPT to depict the convergence of AI, video games, and the law. And this is the first thing that it came up with. So quite interesting, and we'll come on some of the legal issues, but you'll see that all the lawyers depicted appear to be men. One does look a bit like Chewbacca, but I'd like to, for legal reasons, I'd like to make clear it's absolutely not Chewbacca, no similarity to Chewbacca. But yeah, quite interesting in some of the legal issues in terms of bias and discrimination that can be relevant when using AI in the development of games. I asked it to have another go. This was the next two images that it came up with, so just a bit of fun. But yeah, I noticed in both of them still a briefcase. I can assure you there's not many briefcases in our office these days. But yeah, a bit more vibrant than the first offering. So where are we generally with regulation across the globe with AI? It's quite interesting because different jurisdictions are taking a different approach. So in the UK, the statement from the government has been they want to be pro-innovation, so they're not wanting to regulate too readily. They have run into some difficulties with that, so there's been a couple of attempts to create, for example, a code of conduct between the main AI providers and the creative industries, but those talks have essentially broken down and they've failed to come up with a sort of self-regulating system. So they're essentially back to the drawing board on that front. The EU have taken a completely different approach. They have recently announced the new AI Act, which is the first piece of legislation in the world to regulate AI to any extent. Huge piece of legislation, is not yet in force. And there's pros and cons because that's obviously a more interventionist approach to the regulation of AI. In terms of where video games fits within that, in the main it's thought that the Act essentially deals with different levels of risk, and it's thought that video games should be at the lower end of that risk. But it does depend on what the game does. If there's a chatbot element to it, even there could be some sort of subliminal techniques used in the development of games which would take it into the higher risk category. So it remains to be seen, some detail still to follow on that. And the US, a bit like the UK, has not sought to introduce any specific legislation, and it's quite fragmented because AI kind of straddles data privacy, IP, discrimination, a whole host of legal issues, and they've not yet sought to try and address that in one sort of sweeping piece of legislation. But what's going to be interesting is that we saw with data protection and GDPR that the EU essentially came out in front, and that almost kind of set the global standard that other countries ended up following to a large extent. So whilst the UK and the US have taken a bit of a backseat and hope to not over-regulate, it'll be interesting to see if they end up being forced to follow a similar path. So we'll soon find out who is right. But obviously difficult balances to be struck there. In terms of case law, there's been a number of very high-profile cases in recent months. So just after Christmas, it was announced the New York Times was suing OpenAI and Microsoft in connection with what the New York Times alleges is the OpenAI have scraped data from their journalism in order to train the ChatGPT model, and that raises a lot of interesting questions about copyright in terms of the use of material that goes into the AI system, and then also what comes out the other side in terms of the answers that are produced. So highly complex piece of legislation, case rather, and it's going to be interesting to see how that pans out. We have seen OpenAI and other providers doing licensing deals with other news and media outlets. So that could be where that ends up, but remains to be seen. And also another high-profile case, Getty Images suing Stability AI in respect of their stability diffusion model, alleging that Getty Images had, or rather Stability AI had trained its model on millions and millions of Getty Images, photos and other imagery. And that is, Stability AI tried to get it struck out at an early stage. They failed to do that, and it's going to proceed to a full trial, but not, unfortunately, until summer of 2025 that's scheduled to take place. So it just shows you how slow the law moves, and things will have moved on from a technology perspective quite a bit by then. But it's going to be interesting. It's thought that those cases are going to largely shape a lot of the law in this area in terms of what licenses are required and the appropriate use of these models in connection with copyright materials. So I mentioned earlier there's a whole host of legal issues potentially relevant in the development of a game if you are using AI in the development of a game. So IP, copyright is one of the obvious ones, and that's what those two cases that I mentioned are focusing on in the main. Other issues, discrimination, that image that I produced at the outset, it was quite obvious the potential image discrimination and bias issues there. Data privacy and user-generated content, that's quite an interesting one, because where games are allowing an element of UGC, that is going to be something where protections need to be considered in terms of what the users, the players of the game can introduce. And if they themselves are using AI to produce skins or other images, then what protections have the game put in place in order to reduce the risk that that's copyright material that's going to end up within the game. Copyright, just very briefly, it's most of the offences are what are called strict liability offences, so you don't have to have an intention or knowledge in order to be liable for copyright infringement. So if you copy something, doesn't matter if you meant it, you're liable. And from a sort of publisher's perspective, communicating work to the public by publishing the game, you can be liable as well. So lots of interesting stuff there, and the case law at the moment is focusing on the AI providers, but depending on the way that those cases go, that could filter down to the users of the system and even end users being liable for copyright infringement. So watch this space. So what can we do to reduce the risk of getting into legal difficulties when using AI? Because there's obviously a lot of benefits potentially to doing so. A lot of risk management techniques. So training your staff. I mean, we've done that as a firm ourselves because we can see the benefit of using AI in certain respects. So training our staff, introduced an AI workplace policy to make sure everyone understands the risks around data privacy. Not just data privacy, it's client and sensitive information. So if you've got commercially sensitive information as an organisation, you don't want to be putting that into a system without taking certain measures to reduce risk. Doing your due diligence, doing your homework on who you're partnering with, so whether that's an outside contractor that you're engaging to produce artwork for your game, are you clear that they're not using AI, or are you putting in place an appropriate contract to make sure that the worst comes to the worst, that they've confirmed to you that they're not doing that, or you've got a recourse in the event that they are using AI. And why is that all important? Why is all that important? Well, wherever you are in your journey as a games company, you're going to be entering into contracts with a number of different providers, whether that's an investor, whether that's at the end of the process and you're looking at an exit and selling the company, if you're looking to distribute your game. So Steam's a good example. When the generative AI explosion hit around, Steam initially said, if you're using Gen AI in your game, you can't have put it on our platform. They have, earlier this year, rode back on that a bit and essentially asking developers to confirm that there's no illegal or inappropriate content, Gen AI content on there, and also informing purchasers or potential purchasers of the game where Gen AI is present in a game. So not an all-out ban, but ultimately the risk is getting passed back onto the developer, as many would say it should be. That's my time. So yeah, and a whole host of contracts to consider where there'll be an AI risk to be covered off. I started with an image, so I'll end with an image. So I asked ChatGPT to depict the video games. Experts looking forward to some refreshments after an exhilarating legal talk. Jerry, I'm conscious that I'm a lawyer keeping you from the food that I think is next. So this is what it came up with. I'll let you decide if that's accurate or not. But yeah, a lot of interesting stuff to come on the AI front. Thanks for having me. Catch up with you soon. Thank you. Cheers.
Thank you so much, Kirk. Right, perfect. It is time for food. So if you do have a food ticket, the food is being served now. We'll come back about an hour-ish. I want to give a big thank you for the sponsors, Blazing Griffin, Sorello, and Leveling Up. Thank you so much for more. We'll be back with more talks in about an hour. Okay.
Hello. Should I do this first, Colin? Hi, everybody. I'm Garnet Lee, and I'm guilty of what Paul said. I have given that talk about how to write a pitch. And this is exactly the response to that, because having given that pitch, that talk a few times, I thought, well, you know, everyone out here is creatives. You know how to make creative content. You don't need me putting a box around that. I think what you really want to know is, how does a scout at a publisher, which is all I am, it's not a universal answer, look at a pitch? And I started here saying, like, my God, it's full of stars. Anyone 2001 fans? So there's that moment when Bowman is like, wow. And this is what it's like for me every day, looking into the inbox, looking on Twitter, looking on Screenshot Wednesdays, because what you do inspires me. I love what I do. It is one of the greatest jobs I've ever had in my life. It's so rewarding to see all of the things you do. And what I want to help you with here is, there are so many stars in that space. I want you to be able to figure out the way to make them shine to me. What this isn't. This is not an assembly instruction, and it's because you don't need an assembly instruction, but also I want to talk to you about not making assembly instructions in your pitches, because as design teams, you're thinking all the time about what's going to go into my game. How many pieces are going to be here? And it's very easy to start falling into that game design doc and falling prey to, well, I want to show this scout that I know what I'm doing. I want to show them all the pieces. But we know from having built games before that what you're showing me today is not going to be there in 6 months or 18 months or 24 months. Things will change dramatically. So what I'm looking for is that proverbial forest more than the trees. So now imagine Bowman's gone into the obelisk and it's an empty room. You know, you might put that right there, like for placement only, but that's really what's happening in my head. The moment I open your pitch is the first time I see anything. So my headspace is open. It's empty. It's a palette. I don't want you to show me how to build all the pieces of the IKEA room you're about to build me. I want you to show me the IKEA room, right? I want you to put me there on the couch. I've come home from work. I have a beer. I turn on the PS5. I want to play a game. All of those things. Help me build the mental image of what your game will be. And how do you do that? I think that that's an open question. In some cases, it might be key art. In another case, it might be just some concept art or a happy GIF or a moment in time or a snapshot. I would say what it isn't is a lot of words. In the pitch stage, what I really need to get at this early part as I'm getting drawn in, almost like the process for me is almost like what Paul was talking about. I need to get pulled in, and then I need to get retained. And as you'll see here in a minute, this is not going to be just all touchy-feely stuff, but the touchy-feely stuff at the beginning is building the buy-in for me to go further into it, right? Get me into your headspace, because I'm not going to know when we get into the nuts and bolts or the lamps and the couches why they matter unless you get me there. Now, there's one step in between, and that is then getting me a real emotional moment. So look at this picture. Like, even if you don't know anything about the movie, you're like, well, what's going on here? Like, look at the way he's looking at that dragon. Look at that dragon. Are we going to ride the dragon? I don't know. Where are we going to go? What adventures will we have? If you can land that, it gets me hungry. Then I want to see more, right? And here's where we're going to try to move over a little bit to talking about why it's important for a pitch. Because the other thing it shows me is that your team has an idea for where that real emotional hook is. What's my player really going to feel? What's going to get them? I mean, is it going to be, are they Atreyu? Are they Falcor? Is it some combination of the two? But it means that you're thinking in that space of, this is what's really going to land my player. So now you built the room. You've got me with the dragon. So, of course, now we have to go Princess Bride. I mean, if you do never-ending story, you have to go Princess Bride, right? But think about what's happening here. Like, Kevin is completely paying attention, and it's really important. So now you have me, and you can lay out those important signposts in your game. But remember I was saying to be careful about not falling into the trap of being too specific. Princess Bride is a very interesting narrative journey, because the way the story is told allows in the fiction part to be all about the moment, all about the emotional experiences. And we come back to the storyteller in order to advance the story across the ultimate plot arc. That's what I would like you to do in your pitches. Be the storyteller and allow space for us when we come back to talk about this, because you've won the pitch, to fill in those blanks, because we'll fill in those blanks together. I mean, when we do our due diligence, we will talk about all of the specifics of how to make the game and what's going to go into it. But what I really want to know is, this could be, for example, one thing that's been very effective right now is showing me what's your daily loop, what's your weekly loop, and what's your monthly loop. Like, those are the mileposts, right? I don't need to know all the individual pieces, but having those beats in there really helps me understand how we're going to build a story that's going to keep using our great moment to build our giant room. So now we have to get down to some really important pieces, and these are the parts that I see sometimes. So if up front, the part that you're all really comfortable in, talking about all the design elements and all the pieces, you've given me lots and lots of detail. When we get to the parts that I need more detail, sometimes I don't find them. So one would be, introduce your cast. And what's important here is, I went through a couple of ideas for slides. I thought first about sports team, because the most important thing is to tell me the positional roles that you have filled. Because if I'm doing my job right, I'm already thinking about, what does a production team look like that can accomplish building this game? Do they need a full-time environmental artist? Do they need a full-time 2D pixel artist? And then I'm going to go and start looking at this and determining, have they planned out the right player personnel that they need to make this game? Do they understand what it's going to take to get there? Give me their roles and give me their strengths. I would caution you against going too much into making it a CV, because if you have someone who is very effective it comes out of school as a great VFX artist, but you put that they've just graduated school, I might be a little nervous about them just having graduated school. But if you show me or tell me about their great skills as a VFX artist, then I'm going to move right on from that. Because what's really important to me isn't whether they've worked on 2 or 3 games individually. It's together. Has your team been together, able to ship games, able to put together the pieces, and do you have the right pieces? So keep it very relevant and on point here. And then finally, the part that you really don't want to do, but you have to do it, charts and graphs. And so we call it charts and graphs. So what kind of charts and graphs do I want? So one of the things that I see in many pitches is we're going to be on Xbox, PlayStation, Switch. We're going to be $24.99 releasing in April of 2025. How the heck do you know that? It takes us weeks to figure that out with a brand team and a release team and figuring out launch windows and looking at production plans. We have no idea what your price point's going to be, what your platforms are going to be, and all of those elements. So make your production plan about numbered months. Here is how many months from the time that you sign me till we'll be finished. Likewise, in talking about your production plan for people, talk to me about what personnel you need in each phase. I don't need a actual, burn down chart of everything that's going to happen, but I need something more hefty than, well, we're going to play, we're going to work 24 months until we go to gold. That's not quite enough. I need to see phases. I need to, for instance, understand, where do you think you're going to be at alpha? When are you going to be in full production? When do you need more art resources? And when do we need to start thinking about hardening the build so that we can get ready for an eventual launch? So stick to the things that are in your control. The other things that I would say, at least for Raw Fury, we don't need is, don't worry about marketing budget. That's our business. Don't worry about localization, also a publisher role. Don't worry about QA, also a publisher role. We're going to provide all those things. What we need to understand is, hey, developer, for X amount of dollars, you can build this game. We bring that money in over that amount of time. Can we launch this game successfully together and make money? And so that's what I think you want to reach. Thanks very much. If you enjoyed it, there is all of this information on Raw Fury's website. As Paul, I think, said we're one of the places that has a bunch of stuff. We've got a sample budget. We've got a sample pitch deck. That's me on Twitter and on Discord. And please feel free to grab me for questions.
Thank you for staying late and tuning in. And one thing I wanted to do, because this is going to be on the internet for the future, is to speak to people in the future and say, if you're in the future, did I buy the Vision Pro and do I like it? And how's that new Switch? It's very interesting. But a bit about me. I'm Ian. I'm our program manager. I was a freelance games journalist back in the 90s. I got scared when the dot-com bubble burst and went and got a proper job. And I'm here today to tell you to never get scared and not get a proper job. Get a real job. Has to be a real job, but don't get a proper job. I joined Double 11 in 2019. I tried to be a producer, and they were like, you're not a producer. Tightening up the graphics on level 3 isn't a real thing, Ian, but we might need you. And so I manage our partnerships and comms. The story so far for Double 11, we've been around, like I say, about 13 years. So 2009, Lee founds a studio in his loft with some mates. He's been in the industry a long time. And then we bring some people on, some people come, some people go, some of them go off and start cool new things, which is really awesome. But over those years, we thought that there should be a kinder and like a nicer and better way of doing it. And that's what we've been trying to do through all of that time. And we've been trying to do that with lots of people, some of whom are in this room, which is quite exciting. Hearing Frozen Synapse being mentioned earlier on was cool. So we are predominantly a work-for-hire studio, working with all these kinds of studios. But what I'm here to talk about tonight is about partnerships and what a partnership means to us. And it's sort of baked into the origin story of the studio. Like Lee could not have stood up one day and decided to go and found his own studio on his own and just go and do stuff on his own. Like the myth of the solo dev, like well-trod tale, but in reality, it never really happens. There's always someone else around. And so for us, like, partnership is integral to the business as a work-for-hire studio. We always want to find new partners to work with and new people to work with. And when you think about it, when you're playing games, you are inherently always with others. It's always a partnership. Even if you're playing a single-player game, you are engaging in play with the people that made that. All the developers, all the designers, the programmers, audio people, like everyone who was involved in making that game and bringing it to your screen, you're kind of playing along with them. And games are filled with partnerships. Like they're also embodied, in the content themselves, like from Jack and Daxter and Bob and Mario and Luigi and Tails and Sonic and Ratchet and Clank and the Chief and Cortana, who made me cry at the end of Halo 4, and Zelda and Link and Billy and Jimmy Lee, who on reflection are a bad example here because at the end of Double Dragon, they fight to the death over a woman. That's not aged very well. So core beliefs, not to do with that. We believe as a studio, and this bleeds into like everything we do, including who we choose to partner with and how we engage as partners. We believe that work-life balance should exist. That's why Lee founded the studio. He wasn't spending enough time with his family. He sort of wanted to and felt that was important. We'll avoid crunch. We'll try and be real and transparent about timescales with people, with partners, with people on the team, so that we can avoid kind of the hellscape nightmare that I think a lot of people have lived through. And that's not to say it's never happened, but we always try really hard to avoid it. And our plans have become longer term over time. Like we try and plan for the studio to be around for a long time. We try and talk to partners about being here 10 years from now. Like nobody knows exactly what kind of game is going to be the next big thing, but like we're trying to take decisions and plan to keep the studio and keep the wheels on and make sure that like we're financially secure and that we can afford to pay people, and there's never that kind of like junk game dev job that I think junky game dev that we talked about earlier. And that we feel like partners should be treated fairly, and that's really important. And that it's very unfortunate that having done this in Google Docs and then exporting it, the line appears to have been drawn through the word fairly there, but I promise you on my screen it was underneath. So I'm going to share some things we've learned. I've learned a new thing tonight about preparing things in PowerPoint. And this isn't a list of things that have gone perfectly. These are my observations, and you're very free to disagree with them and should. And I want to talk to people who disagree or go, that's bullshit here, or whatever. But the first thing I think that's important when you're starting a partnership is the basics, right? It's like starting with really basic things. So that's about going into it open. So like starting with the basics makes you sound a little bit 12th Doctor, and I'm just going to lean into it. But like always try to be nice, but never fail to be kind is a really, really important thing. When you're starting a new partnership, it can be very easy to go into it and go, well, we won't talk about that now because it might upset them or whatever. And actually you're just creating problems for later. So really start really open, solve problems with data and unconditional love, and you won't go far wrong. And similarly, you need to think about your logistics. If you're a small team starting out, maybe you're all remote, maybe some of you are in a different country, you got to think about things like, where is the data going? Where is stuff being stored? If you've got someone who sometimes works from Portugal for a few months a year, are you exporting data into a country? All that sort of logistical kind of noodly detailed nuanced stuff that you only really learn by going wrong once. And that dovetails nicely into the legal stuff as well. Like, is it okay to transport stuff about? Do you need a separate network? Do you need separate machines? Do you conflict or partners that maybe other partners don't like for real reasons, or made up ones? The made up ones are much worse and harder to get past. And then make a plan. Have you got a plan? Is it a good plan? How long do you look at the plan? How often do you look at the plan? Is it over there? Is it active? Have you got risk logs? Things like that. These are all the basics. These are table stakes. You've got to have this set, like nailed and really good. And then once you've got things like that, then you can worry about things like communication, because I love, I'm an old school Prince 2 project manager, and I love processes that are like quite old fashioned for stuff. There's a really good one called 5 Whys. And as I've conducted 5 Whys processes when things have gone wrong over the years, the thing I really found most often is when something goes wrong, it's down to communication. Someone somewhere didn't know something. So make sure you set up your comms channels nice and early and make sure they're working and they're robust, whether it's Teams or Slack or WhatsApp or whatever it is. Like, be very active and communicative. And you're going to want to talk a lot early on. Your partners also are going to be unprepared for how much you will slow them down and how much they will slow you down. And that's natural. You're starting a relationship. You don't know y'all very well yet. Like, it's good to talk and over communicate a little bit and find out what the rhythms are that they work in. Are they on a different time zone to you? All those sorts of things. And then it's also a really good idea to find out what reporting you're going to do and what they need, right? Because it's easy to just prepare a weekly report that nobody looks at, or easy to prepare like a monthly report or whatever. But find out what they actually want by talking to them and asking them what they need to see. Then you'll get it much easier for you to ask for things later because you went to the trouble of asking them what they wanted and what they needed to see. And then this one's quite hard in a kind of post-COVID emerging economic nightmare hellscape. But if you can, meet in person as often as you can, like hang out with each other. And when you're doing that, like try and set goals for hanging out and spending time together that aren't just deliverables for the project. So don't go, right, we're all remote, we're going to get together for a week and we're going to bash out this major key deliverable that we need. Make sure you build time into that time together for things that aren't just deliverables. Like, set goals for people to work together on things that they can definitely achieve and that will make them feel good about working together. This is where like icebreaker and team building activities come from, right? It's a really good idea to do that. And then when you finish that meeting, make sure you finish by planning your next one so that you can get together again in future, because it's really helpful. And lastly, I think be opinionated about what you're doing, because you've been brought onto a project for your capability and for your knowledge. So establish some areas of ownership up front and know what's good. So if you're like, we're a technically led studio historically, so that means, you know, we'll come on with like quite a strong opinion about some of the technical aspects of the project, but maybe on the design or the art stuff, we need to listen a little bit more. And again, like if you can bring your opinion more strongly up front, you've never got that situation later on where someone goes, well, I knew it wouldn't work. It's like, well, why weren't you talking about it at the time? There's a nice way to talk about it. And cross-pollinate and understand their problems and their challenges where you can. There's a sort of business min-max kind of approach to things that tells you that like you mustn't understand the other bits. You just focus on your bit. But I think that makes things a bit soulless. If you can understand other people's problems, you can at least empathize and maybe you can help. And ask for opinions in return when you're giving yours, because then that way you're creating a nice loop between you all where everyone's free to share opinions and talk about what's going on. And I will end on the note, which is, remember that it's fun. Like, we're manufacturing fun, we're making fun. This process should be fun. If it's not fun too many days in a row, stop and make some time to talk about why it's not fun. That's not wasted time. That is the work. You know, spending time talking to each other and making things better, that is the job. There we go.
These sometimes get like confused, but I don't know. I like saying mine's is homebrew. This, or like you get demakes that are kind of bootleg homebrew things, but I'm not going to talk about them. There is a whole bunch of ways to make games for old systems these days. You can use NestMaker, GB Studio, like a whole bunch of engines and stuff. So it's easier than it ever has been. And but if you do this stuff, please share your work in progress on forums and stuff, because then people can learn from what you've learned. Yeah, forums keep this kind of stuff alive. It's just better than Discord groups, because that really gets lost. And it also helps you meet a whole bunch of people. So then when you go to events, you can hang out and meet all these people that you've been just avatars with for long times. So I released this on itch. I forgot where we're going to go with this. I've not practiced this one this much yet. So yeah, show this off at like local gaming things, see if people like it. Not every game in this like homebrew scene needs to get a physical release, because some are just tech demos and just like fun projects. But yeah, if you pass that and like your game's good, people like it at events and stuff, how do you make it real? You go for funding. There's a lot of Kickstarters for this in this space at the moment. There've been a few really successful ones, and then a few minorly successful ones. Also make a, what's this? Press kit for your game. Then you can just copy paste your stuff to Kickstarter. And the press just love just being able to copy paste stuff as well, being lazy writers. On day of release, if you don't learn anything else from me, send your press kit and like press release to inbox@gamespress.com, and then that will get sent out to like most of the media people. Yeah, people get like an email every day that tells them what's happening. So I've funded these 2 games through Kickstarter for NES, and then we added Dreamcast and PC and stuff on the other ones. People ask about manufacture. How do you make these games these days? AliExpress has got like lots of really cool shells and stuff. And if you're like serious about it, you can contact the manufacturers that they use and like cut out the middleman of AliExpress and get custom stuff done in that. And then you use like a cart flasher. You can get ones for all the different systems. And then you can make your boards, and that sounds really scary and stuff. But yeah, and you can get cool custom PCBs. But more recently, there's a bunch of people just doing this for you, so you can kind of buy them off the shelf and ship them. They'll even like flash the games to you if you give them a little build as well. What are these? Yeah, boxes and stuff. Frank in America, he seems to do everybody's box in America for some reason. Or you do it yourself, but again, that's a lot of hassle. Frank's boxes are really good. When you're doing a Kickstarter, like people private message you, basically saying we can do what you're going to do, but cheaper for you. So just be aware that might happen. Frank reached out to me during that thing saying we can do it, but so did Broke Studio. And Broke Studio were like, we can do the whole thing, not just the boxes. So I was like, yep. And it was cheaper than Frank as well. But if I was to do it all myself. Limited Run, more recently, I've been getting into more like indie, like homebrew releases as well. But their lead times are a bit long if you want to get a game out. And again, I met the guy from Brook Studio. He came to Dundee to get married. He loves Scotland. He was thinking about moving here, but didn't because of Brexit. He's got a logistics company. He needs to be able to ship stuff. Yeah, we look for easy ways to port these games up to get more stuff. I remember when I was at school, there was like a guy on a bus. It was a school bus. It gave me a burnt disc saying like NES games, and it was for the Dreamcast, and it was Nester DC. And I was like, wait a minute, that was a thing. I could play NES games on the Dreamcast. Turns out it's an open source project. It's got a reasonably permissive license, so we edited it a bit, made it like nicer to use. And yeah, with help from one of my friends from a previous job, released it as like NES to Dreamcast. So now anybody can release their NES games on Dreamcast. But then that leads into the rabbit hole of how do you manufacture CDs now. The debate is like duplication versus replication. There's a few differences. One of them is like, what is this? This is duplication is a burned CDR. So you can still get your CDs manufactured, but then you burn it yourself. So here's the pros and cons of that. I can't read, so you can probably read that better than I can. Replicated stuff is pressed. All these things, and it's really just the purists that care about this kind of stuff. There's a few companies do this stuff as well. Josh Prod was the one everyone says, why don't you just use them? They wouldn't touch anything less than 16-bit. So NES is 8-bit, so they were just not going to touch it. I did the first run myself as a minus CDR just to see, and it like sold out reasonably quick. So then teamed up with Wave, met them at one of the events, and they're here today as well. And they did a really good job. So you can buy it on their website now for a Dreamcast. And it is a press disc as well. They're also like quite good at the marketing stuff, and it just helps me boost my brand as well, and helps them out too. Then we also did the same for NES to Steam. So we made an emulator wrapper that you can easily port your games to Steam, because that's like game developers' dreams in the small community, isn't it? We used FCUX, which isn't as good a license, so we can't integrate the Steam SDK and stuff. And just in general, Steam is not the place to sell your NES game. Itch is much better in this regard. Itch has tags for NES game already, which Steam doesn't, and people know what to expect from this. The general price is like $10 for a decent game, and it kind of goes down depending on quality. But for physical ones, this is what you're like, we think to expect paying these days. Again, bit dependent on quality. We also ported the NES to the Playdate, which is pretty cool. Oh no, what was that supposed to be? Oh no, maybe that's intentional. Yeah, you can't, there's no NES to Playdate emulator at the moment. I know a guy that's working on it, but it's not ready yet. But I do have this guy who did program Tapeworm, and he did it in such a way that it was really easy to do over, and he did it in an evening, basically, and then a couple of weeks of like polish after that. The NES and the Playdate both have the same vertical resolution, which is really nice because you can just like redraw your sprites one-to-one. If anybody else is going to do this, which I know is highly unlikely, but I would say, yeah, do like optimize your things. Don't rely on dither patterns or anything. Like redraw your sprites. Porting up to modern consoles and stuff as well. I went through Ratalaika Games. Everyone was kind of racing to see who would be the first ones to get their new NES games on storefronts. And these guys, I had like murmurs that they had the tech ready, and their lead times weren't that long. And it was just a nice split as well on the dev side. These guys have popped up as well. They've got a really nice front end, but they're only on Switch. Make spin-off brands and stuff. Like we made a mobile game that kind of helped boost the brand in that space as well. Go to conventions and fairs. It stopped working. How much have I got left? 2 minutes. Yeah, go to conventions, fairs. You never know who you're going to bump into these fairs. Like one day at the last day of a 3-day event, a guy rocked up and started talking to me about stuff. And he was really interested, and then he turned out to be a writer for Nintendo Life. So we got a really nice post on that. So if I wasn't trying on the last day, I might not have got that. And then that's led to like more things and like other like Retro Gamer and a few other mags. Debug as well. The Wave guys are here as well. Sign up for all the things. I tried to get Evercade's games, just sent them an email saying you've got a new console that accepts like old ROMs. I've got a new old ROM. And I, again, liked their marketing strategy. They reached out to a whole bunch of retro YouTubers. They did a really good job. So then we got Flea on Evercade 1 and Tapeworm on Evercade Heroes 2. And then that led to like a merch deal with them as well, which so we got plushies of the Fleas made, and then they are juggleable, just in case you wondered. And yeah, I got my game. It was such a proud moment. Game in Argos. Not on the shelf, but on a kiosk at least. Also, just do print-on-demand merch if you're like small. It really costs you nothing. You just upload it and you get some money, and fans get to enjoy it. There's a whole bunch of streaming places now that stream these like lower games because they don't need much bandwidth and stuff. And I again met these guys at one of the trade shows, and then the next year I was signed up with them, and I was on their banner right next to Pac-Man. So again, they're really boosting my brand, and they seem to really love the game as well. Jam.gga is doing a similar thing, but they're not as good and pivot more than like Sofa and Friends. So, community bundles are also really good, like combining efforts, like marketing efforts of the community together for small bundles really helps. And then when you make a sale, everybody makes a sale. Okay, I'm getting really close here. I've not got many left. So now Tapeworm is on 9 platforms, 2 streaming platforms, coming to iOS and Android and Game Boy Advance. For these types of contracts, I'm not a lawyer. These things sometimes aren't worth financially hiring a lawyer, and stuff. It would definitely worth it for the free marketing that they get. Look over contracts and stuff. Like we've all got industry contacts here. Don't sign exclusive deals. That's the main thing. The streaming ones especially want you to sign exclusive stuff and make sure there's a clear opt-out clause. I also got this pop-up projection book with me that I'll set up in the next break so you can have a look. Thanks.
Hello, everyone. It's great to be here again. We were in Scotland for GTL last year, and it's actually really nice to be in my hometown. I'm from Newcastle, from Cullercoats, actually, and it's also really nice to see like loads of familiar people, lots of people who I've worked with before. So it's really special to be here, and yeah, I'm glad we can share this with you. So you're absolutely right. We work on the collective team in Square Enix, which is Square's indie publishing label. What that means is we work with small independent teams all around the world who are developing their own IP, and our goal is to invest in them to bring their games to life. We work with teams big and small, like Future Lab, the developers of Power Wash Simulator, as well as small teams where we hope to aid and develop future talent. So these are a couple of our titles, and Little Goody Two Shoes is our next release. So please buy that when it comes out because it's very special and very cool. But what else have we done? Lots of other stuff. You can probably find it in the back catalog. So today I am not going to be talking about how it pitched to us. And I'm also not going to be talking about how to do a pitch, things publishers want to see, or what Square Enix is trying to publish right now, because as everyone has mentioned, there is so much information about this online right now. I don't need to tell you this. You already know it, and you're already probably doing a really great job of it. Oh, the text on here is so small. So what am I here to talk to you about today? Well, what happens when you do get signed? What do you need to know? What is a publisher going to expect from you? And what are you going to have prepared in order to make the most of that relationship in the time that you have? So what will a publisher ask for from you? So this will, of course, vary from publisher to publisher, and this is just my personal perspective about what Collective do. The type of things that we will ask for are like a due diligence package. So this is sort of an umbrella term that I'm using to describe a whole host of documentation. This includes, but isn't limited to, like an organizational chart, a resource plan, sort of your hires and who you need to hire to make the game, development roadmap and development schedule, which are two different things. don't ask me to go into the details of that now. Stuff like a risk log, finance plan, technical and game design documents. And yes, we do read the game design documents actually. So they are a really good thing to include. Other boring stuff includes any info that you have on third-party material you have in your game, third-party like apps or content stuff that you get off the Unity or Unreal store. Really good to know what that stuff is, because when the lawyers come, and they always do when you're getting published, they need to know, like, you know, how to represent you the best they can. So that's a really good thing to look out for too. Mentioning legal as well, always have legal representation. If you are getting signed, you need to have someone to look out for your best interests. Your publisher is looking out for their best interest, and you as a team need to have someone in your corner to fight when the big legal documents come. When the development agreement comes, it's going to be like 1 million pages long. Have someone with legal eyes to look over it. Get your company registered, get business insurance, set up a business bank account. All of these things you probably already have done, but it's good to mention it again. So once you are signed and you have sent all of these things over to a publisher, the fun doesn't end there, because there are so many more boring documents to fill out, and there are so many more really boring things that a publisher is going to ask you for throughout the whole of development. So these are things that are not related to making the game, but these are things you do need to do in order to make the game, especially with a publisher. So try to keep it in mind. Things include making time to join calls, discuss deliveries, project updates, plans, and setting expectations between yourself and the publisher and any other stakeholder. These are not technically about making the game. These are not adding art, adding tech, things like that. But if you don't do this, then you're probably going to be screwed a little bit later on. Also, someone is going to have to prepare milestone deliverables, documentation to go with it, and the actual time it takes to get that to your publisher. Otherwise, you're probably not going to get paid if you're not delivering your milestones. Other things include keeping live documents up to date. So that TDD, that GDD, risk assessments, things like that. Someone's going to need to be held accountable for that. And these are things that change during the course of development. So you need to have someone's time assigned to that. Also, who is helping to create and understand what your delivery process is going to be, whether that is to the publisher for milestones or whether that is to QA. And if you have your own internal QA, you'll probably also have to deal with the publisher's QA if you're releasing under their label. Have you got a schedule for that? And do your team know exactly how they want to receive those deliverables? Additionally, how is it that you're communicating with your publisher? Do you have an established list of platforms and processes that you're communicating them through so nothing can get lost and nobody's time is going to get wasted? How are you localizing your game? Is your game going to be released in more languages than English? And who is managing the change process for that and the QA process for that? Also, the lawyers will come back. So you need someone's time to set aside to talk to those lawyers, because with a publisher, especially with us, the legal team will have questions, and it's better to just have someone in the loop to answer that. Another thing is, how much feedback are you expecting from your publisher, and how much of that do you actually want to incorporate into your game? Every team wants different levels of that. Some want more, some want less, some want to be left alone. So it's really good to set that expectation early on so both parties are aware of exactly what their responsibilities for. Now, I've talked about a lot of stuff here, right? And if this seems like an awful lot of work, like it could be someone's full-time job, you are right. Actually, this could be someone's full-time job, and it probably is. You could hire a producer. This person will probably take care of all of this stuff for you so you can continue to develop the game. They will help you manage your capacity. They will help you manage all of these things. And like, I'm pretty sure if you hire a producer, it will solve all of your problems. So you should probably do that. Don't take my word for it though. So marketing stuff. I should have said it. I am a producer. I have nothing to do with the previous thing I just said. I just happen to also be a producer as well. But in order for your publisher to do the best possible job marketing your game, they will need your time and input involving marketing and strategy. So you should set some time aside to anticipate joining strategy calls with your publisher and their marketing team. They'll need to liaise with you in order for you to deliver them key assets, or maybe, depending on what your relationship with them is, produce new assets to support the marketing effort. If you are not sure, you can work with your publisher upfront to decide how much time you can give them so they can make plans around this. Do you want to build a community around your game? And do you have a community manager internally, or are you looking to hire one? And who is responsible for maintaining and growing that community? And who has time to tweet about the game? How much your support your publisher is able to offer you will be a conversation between you and them. So understand this early. They might not have an internal person who is responsible for all this stuff, and they might be counting on you guys to manage your brand and to be really keyed in on what it is that you want the audience and the players to feel about it. So establish this early on, and then you'll be able to set up the strategy just right. Events as well. So you want to consider who on your team is best placed to attend events, and is it appropriate for that person to take away time from development? Also, who's prepping the content required for shows? Is a special build required? Will that build come at the same time when a version of the title is going through some QA? Is it totally broken? You need to figure this stuff out. Who is going to do that? What assets do they need? And do they have experience running a stand, or is the publisher going to handle that? Questions that probably need answers. And also, how involved do you want to be in deciding what direction the marketing will take and what the brand for your game will be? As an indie studio, you probably have a really strong opinion of that, and you are absolutely best placed to communicate that. It's your game and your IP after all. You need to establish this with your publisher early on, so everyone is on exactly the same page with what to expect. And in terms of key takeaways from all of the stuff that I've just blurbed out here, what I would like you guys to remember is to keep time aside for non-game development related work that is needed to ship the game. A good publisher will always want to work with you, so make time for them, keep in touch, and keep them updated. Make sure comms lines are clear and you know how to reach your publisher and who will be able to help you with queries and problems in a pinch. And lastly, but most importantly, ask for the budget to hire a producer, and nothing will ever go wrong, ever. It will all be fine. That will solve all your problems. Yeah, thank you so much for listening. That's all I have to say. Feel free to come chat to myself or Katie. She's the game scout, so if you've got anything to pitch to her. But yeah, other than that, thanks very much.
Thanks, Ollie. Hi, everyone. I'm Rich Dunn, the head of studio at CodeSync. Been in the industry 15 plus years at Double 11 and Utechnics a long, long time ago. I want to talk a little bit about CodeSync's values towards iterative improvement and the issues you can have on longer product life cycles and how we can keep trying to improve. It's great to be presenting to a room full of people in the industry. But with that in mind, viewer discretion advised, there will be a reference to Jira. A little bit about CodeSync, based in the Northern Design Center over in Gateshead. And we've been making games since 2009, mostly in the VR space, but we have some traditional games too. Some of the games include, most recently, Jurassic World Aftermath. That was fun. I was the producer on that. Games like Shadowpoint, Esper the Collection. We also do publishing. So we're currently publishing a game called Replaced. You might have heard of it. It was a big thing at E3 a while ago. Very lovely pixel art game. And recently, the Last Hero of Nostalgaia. But the thing we're working on right now, that's coming out very soon, is called Astronomo, and we're super excited about it. So yeah, early access later this year. But that's not what we're here to talk about. What we're here to talk about is how, as CodeSync, we can iteratively improve and innovate. So at Code Sync, like many other places, I'm sure, we have a huge importance on iteratively improving not just our games, but our skill set, our staff, and the talent that we have. We're acutely aware at Code Sync, and definitely myself included, that we are never the final polished product of ourselves. There's always a long way to go, but we can get a little bit better every day. Oh dear, that skipped a few. Oh no, it's all gone wrong. Why did it go wrong for me? Cool. So you get some issues with projects. When you're working on dead-long projects, it's tough to innovate and iterate and generally get better. Appetite for risk and innovation, that drops across the duration of a project, as made by this totally legit graph that I didn't just make, but highlights the point that early on in pre-production, the world's your oyster, you're going to do it all, and then reality hits somewhere in the middle where you're learning that actually you can't do all of that shit, or you can't do as much. And similarly, your appetite for risk will slightly decrease, particularly as certainty sets in, and then toward the end you don't really do. So you're slowing down with vast improvements, some out of necessity, but not as much as you could be doing. Similarly, longer project can limit areas for personal development. If you're an artist or an animator or a programmer or anyone working on a project, you'll often find that you're dealing with the problems with that particular project at any given time for the duration. So if it's in a really nice stylized art style, it's doing nothing for your PBR. So this is a problem. And often projects can ring fence key team members, so that they're going to be stuck on the project until the end, so they don't get to see all the dev cycle. So with that in mind, Code Sync have introduced self-development days. Hooray, this isn't anything to take away. This is just a bit more of a case study without an ending. What is that, you say? Oh my God, it's 2 days each month where staff get to work on what they want. They can self-organize and they get stuff done. This is the team member level, the project level, and an IP generation level, which I'm very happy to go through. I'm racing through this one. Here we have oh God, that's one of our skills matrices. I'm sure some companies have this, and some companies look at that and think, oh God, but it happens to us all. When we get big enough, we need to start doing stuff like this, and this outlines how you can progress within your role at the studio. We got junior, intermediate, senior. Don't worry about the details, that's not important. But what is important is that the self-dev days give people time back in order to progress across this. So you might be stuck on a project where you're using a particular art style and you want to learn more about a PBR workflow. Well, you can create that space and you can hone your skills, because the more talented you are, the more talented we are, and we're trying to raise everything together. It's tough at the end of a day to have the motivation to do anything but sleep and maybe get a takeaway. So we create in the time and the space for people to be able to use that. The project level. So it allows you to step back for just a minute and take a look throughout the entire cycle about what you're doing, how well you're doing it, what else we could be bringing, what opportunities are there that we're not exploiting, what new tech has come out that could solve some of the problems we've got. And sometimes it's just as simple as, can we make the templates for the documentation look nicer? So having those 2 days allows us to actually gain some time back. While you do these 2 days a month on developing your projects, you actually see some of that time back through some of the gains that you can get by making those projects more efficient and finding different ways to iterate and improve. And then we got IP generation. So the staff not only can start doing what they want to do, to improve their skill set, they can also just get together and make fun shit. Like, that's the most important thing about game dev, really. So, and it's not.
Welcome back. Welcome back. I hope you had a nice food break and slash longer talk break. Next up, we have Ross Griffith. Ross Griffith, from head of publishing at Playtonic. So give a big round up for Ross, please. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. How are you? So yes, I'm Ross from Playtonic. I'm the head of publishing, and I'm talking to you folks today. First of all, what we do. I forgot to put that slide in there. So we are full services publishing. We provide sort of a small part of funding, marketing, QA, localization, PR, porting, distribution, classification, certification. I could go on. We do a lot. There's not a lot we don't do, but there are some things. So yeah, if you're an indie developer and you want to speak to a publisher, give us a shout. So one of the things I'm speaking today about is one of the most frequent questions we get from developers who are just starting out their indie game journey, and that is, should I make a Steam page? Or when should I make a Steam page? And the answer is, maybe. It depends. And it depends on a number of things. So first of all, before I get into that, disclaimer. I am not an authority. I don't own Steam. This is just the experience I've had and what I recommend to people based on that experience. So, take it with a pinch of salt. So, like I said, the answer was it depends. Well, what does it depend on? So first of all, what do you want to get from a Steam page? Can you make the Steam page? So it's all well and good you're able to make the game, but can you actually make the marketing asset for the Steam page? And if you can make it, will you maintain it? And that's a very, very crucial distinction. So first of all, what do you want from a Steam page? Publisher, right? That's the most common answer developers give when we ask, well, why do you want a Steam page? Because, well, a publisher said, like, having a Steam page will help us, get wish lists and show that there's demand for the game. So wish lists, Steam, community followers, a good engaged community, exposure, traffic, and, to gauge public reaction to your game, which is all fantastic things to look out for. And it's what we look at as well when we're looking at your product if you've pitched it to us. So the next thing then is, can you make it? So there's a number of things to consider when you want to make your Steam page. So the first off is you need a cool image, right? You need your key art and your logo. So the key art needs to portray everything this game is in a nice succinct image. Oh, I've gone one early. And also you need to have your logo legible, both assets not overpowering each other. And so when you take that into account, what you also need to bear in mind is where this is going to be seen. So whether it's Steam, PlayStation, the eShop, Xbox Store page, Epic's Game Store, you need to bear in mind the kind of the capsules and the size of the images that the customer's going to see, your players. So this is what we have for Little Gator. So you can see here, prominent front and center, we have our Little Gator character. He's having fun. He's got his little wooden stick, shield. He's got his friends around him. There's a little playpen in the background. There's lots going on in this image. And of course, you've got the logo there as well. Prominent, legible, but not overpowering. So that's quite a balance to strike. And oftentimes, the more artistic folks will find that what makes a great artistic piece, what makes a wonderful image, isn't necessarily what you want to merchandise your product on Steam. So you have to strike that balance of what looks lovely and what does the job of this, which is market the game. So that's a really difficult balance to strike, even more so with the small capsule. Now this small capsule has to do the exact same thing the bigger one does, but smaller. This image is likely the very first thing, or rather the very first way that your potential players will be exposed to your game. So whatever kind of game you're making, games that are similar to that, if your game shows up in the algorithm, this is the image that Steam will first show your potential players. And as they hover their mouse cursor over the image, Steam will then play the first 4 screenshots that you have on your Steam page. So it's very important that you have those first 4 screenshots and try and tell a story with them. So for example, if you have a life sim crafting game, first image, you're just starting out, you've got a little plot of land, it's looking lovely. The second screenshot, you're speaking to an NPC. Third screenshot, maybe you're crafting something. And then the fourth screenshot, you have this massive expanse. So you're showing the player journey. Showing that narrative to players gives them an idea of what the game is. And hopefully that will entice people enough to click on the store page. And once they click on it, the first thing they'll then see is your store text. Now, the store text, you can have this as long or as short as you like. You can tell this story with it. So with the main body, try and tell what you want people to know about the game. However, there is a small part, which is the short description, right under that big image. Now, this is where you need to be really, really concise with telling people what your game is. So for Little Gator Game, we had embark on an adorable adventure, discover new friends, and uncover everything the island has to offer. Climb, swim, glide, and slide your way into the hearts of many different characters you meet on your travels. So in that short couple of sentences, there's NPCs you'll meet. There's lots of activities you'll get up to. It's a lovely, wonderful, adorable little world that you can explore. So those are the main things we want the customer to take from the description of that. And it's bearing in mind as well that you need to keep that within a certain character limit, not only for English, but also when you begin to localize the store languages, because there are certain languages that take a lot of characters to say the same word. And so you have to do the same with a lot less. Which brings me on to the next point, which is languages. Now, a lot of times when we see store products on Steam, when folks who are starting out, they'll have one language listed, most likely English. And that's quite understandable. They don't want to make a commitment to having other languages when they don't know what they're going to localize in. So what I recommend here is doing some research on where your potential players mostly buy your games, and then list those languages if you can. And the reason for that is Steam's algorithm works in such a way where they only have your game appear in the algorithm in regions, for the languages in which that is the mother tongue. So for example, what does that mean? That means if you only had English, then your game will only appear in similar games in the algorithm in regions where English is the mother tongue. Now, it's still searchable globally, but in terms of being discovered, 0 chance. Moving on, and then will you maintain it? Now, this is the most crucial thing. A lot of times developers can absolutely nail the previous slide, make a fantastic Steam page, it's all going well, then you start to see a decline. And the reason for that is it's not being maintained, you're not engaging with folks. So the first thing is update your capsules. If you've, if you've updated the art, if you've made changes to it, make sure that's showcased in the capsules as well. If your game features have changed, if you've added things, if you've gone from single player to multiplayer, by God, include that in your Steam page, because that's a fantastic feature to have. Betas, if you want to engage with folks and you want to get good feedback, by all means run betas and engage with folks in your Discord, but make sure you include the Steam community as well. Keep those folks in the loop. Which gets on to the next point then of community posts. I mentioned earlier, if you have a great Steam page, but you're not engaging with folks, you're not doing Steam community posts, people will scroll down the Steam page, and if they don't see any activity, first thought is dead game. And the reason for that is because, well, where's the updates for folks so they know what's happening with the game? People want to know about your game, let them know. And it's fantastic as well if you have a dedicated Discord community, that's fantastic, share updates there, but do not alienate your Steam community as well, because those folks are the closest ones, they're the closest folks to hitting that buy now button. So keeping them on side and keeping them happy is one of the best things you can do. Links, so if you have social media, website, Discord, wherever you can, make the links available. Make the journey as short and as simple as possible for people to go from, whether it's Discord, your Twitter, your website, make that journey as short as possible so they don't have to expend too much effort to find your Steam page and hit the wishlist button. Demos, of course, one of the great things to use is Steam Next Fest, but that's a different talk. But there's other events besides Steam Next Fest. So for example, for Elsie, we had the Endless Replayability Fest. And we had the demo up, we did an announcement about it, we did a showcase along with it, and once the event is over, we take the demo down. And that lets you, number one, create that sense of urgency where they need to play it now before it's too late, and it lets you reuse that fantastic asset that your developers made for the next event, whether that's Steam Fest or whether that's a number of showcases that appear throughout the year. So, in summary, if your answers to these questions are looking something like this, then should you make a Steam page? Well, the answer is yes, go for it. If you're able to make a fantastic Steam page, make those commitments and commit to regular updates, you're giving yourself the best possible footing for the goals you have. So whether that's getting a publisher, whether that's publishing yourself, releasing the game all by your lonesome, you're giving yourself the best possible opportunity, at least for the options you want. So that's my talk. Thanks for listening to me prattle on. If you have any questions, give us a shout. I'll be here. Speak to you there.
Thank you so much, Ross. Right, next up we have Tanya Kapoor. Oh, stop that, sorry. Next up we have Tanya Kapoor, CEO of the Hub 175. Big round of applause for Tanya. Hello, so I am Tanya, and this talk will be about building a strong team. So these are all lessons that I have learned from a series of fuck-ups. And evidently, here's another one. There we go. Right, so who am I? I'm the CEO and founder of the Hub 175 and Mad Hatter Solutions, wearer of many hats and maker of many mistakes. So a few baseline rules just to set a bit of groundwork. That I have for my team are communicate, honesty without consequence, accountability, trust, and that goes both ways. Trust your team. And I'll let you in on a secret. Fuck-ups are okay. So, in terms of this talk, just for a second, I wanted to stress the importance of building a team. But before I do that, I just wanted a quick hands up. Who here sees or has ever seen the word teamwork in a negative light? Couple, okay, I can see like a little okay, right, okay. So the importance of building a team, and I think now at this stage we do recognize that teams are important because you can't do it yourself. I have tried; it's not possible. You can't do everything yourself. Solo developers, yeah, they can maybe develop a game wholly themselves and maybe, yes, do the marketing, all of that. But for the most part, there are some side cases, but at the same time, for the most part, we work as teams and we always have to work with someone. So within that, however, there is an element of individuality. So what I'd like to explore is the psychology of it all. So there is an I in team, which stands for individuals. Every person is unique, like literally, like biologically we are unique. And not just biologically, there are case studies when you look at psychology in terms of sibling behavior or even twin studies, where despite being raised in the same household, siblings have different experiences of their childhood. And even twins have experiences of their lives. So within that, it's actually nature and nurture. So we are as unique can get. So within that element of uniqueness in terms of our behaviors and our thoughts, there also comes unique motivators. How we think, why we do what we do. And those are informed, whether that's biology or nature, or through nurture. And those things, in the context of business and game development, they are motivators in terms of driving performance. So it's understanding those motivators that helps us understand, why is our team here? How can we work better together? And why are they building this game? Why are we working together? So getting to know your team means better outputs. And that's where the people-first approach comes from. So that's a term that I'm sure a lot of people have heard, the people-first approach. So let's just break that down for a second. What is a people-first approach? It is essentially
not about, oh, you know what, forget outcomes, forget business, I just care about my team and my people. As much as I would like to say that, yes, I only care about people, that's not entirely how business is run, in that there is an element of actually caring about the output too, right? So within that, it's more about remembering the uniqueness of individuals. The uniqueness of individuals within the teams that then drives the performance. So it's a balancing act. It's not business versus people. It's more about how do you balance business and people, because one informs the other. Or is it just one that informs the other? In the sense that actually both sides inform each other, in that different situations you'll have different priorities. So this one is another question for you guys. Who here has been through a crunch? Ever? Okay, that's most of the room. There were, again, some like, yeah. Okay, so most people have been through a crunch. Now, there are elements where, yes, when you're leading a team or you're working within a team, there are times where you prioritize your team. And it's okay, and that's what Slack is built into projects for. Being able to count for human error, or even just things not working the way that they should, and things will always go wrong, always. Be that events, be that projects, anything in this world that can go wrong will go wrong at the worst moment in time. So in that sense, there is always slack in a project. So yes, you can prioritize your team over an outcome at certain points, because that's what Slack is for. However, or that's one of the reasons that Slack is there. However, at the same time, you have the business aspect, where crunches end up happening, where perhaps there wasn't enough Slack. Perhaps things have gone sideways in a project, and now we have to pull together to actually achieve that outcome, which means we're working harder, we're working longer hours just to get to that point. After that, there's a relaxation period or a cool down. So it ebbs and flows. And within that comes the balancing act. How do I balance my team's well-being? Because again, that drives performance. If my team burn out, then they won't be able to output later. So how do you balance people and business outcomes? We're not robots. So that's where culture and values play a really large part. And when it comes to values, it's about letting your team know your values. And I don't say that just from the perspective of leading a team, but even when you're working in a team, you're working together, right? You're working with the leads. Or even within the team, you're working with other people. Now, when I'm working with someone, I have a certain outlook. I have a certain way of thinking. I have certain values. And the other person has a certain way of thinking, certain ways of prioritizing according to their values. So letting your team know about your values means that actually you're then able to communicate well together and make informed decisions and prioritize in a way that actually is cohesive, with less friction. So sharing values fosters trust and collaboration and a higher level of productivity. And sharing values also means that you're looking at people, as individuals. And within that value system is a moment to look at motivators, because our values and our psyches are informed by teamwork, and all these things are informed by our brains, because that's how we function. And our brains are wired in terms of motivators and in terms of reinforcement, and there's a lot of psychology that goes into it, and it's about thinking about how those drive performance. So when we're looking at that and breaking that concept down, there's an element of fairness rather than sameness. I may be an artist in a team. I may be an environment artist even. I have to make trees. Someone else in my team is also an environment artist. They also have to make trees. But we're not the same people, right? So that means we don't think about things the same way, which means that my version of a tree might look different to this person's version of a tree. That's our individualism coming into our work. Our ways of thinking are different. So within that, yeah, it's the same task. It's even the same role. But I'm not copying and pasting my artist. I can't copy and paste the person. So that's where it's about having the same task, but different ways of working, different ways of thinking, and different ambitions, where it's not always possible to accommodate every different way, but also it is about working together and meeting in the middle and communicating honestly. So I'll leave you with the thought of equity rather than equality. And all this is informed by our motivators and our values. So you have intrinsic motivators, which are inside my head. I like doing this task because it's soothing and it makes me feel good in my soul. Extrinsic motivators, money, career progression, a pat on the back even. So extrinsically, you have also an element of positive and negative reinforcement. Even as a kid, here's a candy, here's you get told off. So we are brought up with these elements of motivation, and it's remembering that and taking that and using it in understanding people and how they function. Per se, I function more of criticism rather than of praise. So I always want to know what's next. How can I fix this? What have I done not so well? Rather than someone else who may perform better in terms of praise. And hey, you did such a good job. Please do it like this again. That may be their motivator. And within that, until those things are figured out, until the values, the motivators, how someone communicates and preferred methods of work, there's so much more. But until you figure each other out and actually get to know someone, that is where friction points will occur, and friction is perfectly normal. So a strong team, we all have strengths and weaknesses. And a strong team is where someone is able to play to their strengths, compensate for each other's weaknesses, and come together. We're individuals working together. So I'll leave you on that quote. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tanya. That was amazing. Right, next up we have Luke Knuckles, Level Design Director at Choke Points Creative. Give everyone a round of applause for Luke.
All right. Enter from the side. Where's my clicker? Where's the clicker? No problem. Right. Hi, everyone. I am Luke Knuckles. This is my talk. Level design and journey from AAA to discovering what works for our indie studio. I am Luke Knuckles, Level Design Director at Choke Point Creative. It is such an honor here to be invited to talk in Dundee. This is, in fact, the first time I've ever been to Dundee, and what a privilege. I mean, obviously today I've done the prerequisite of going and visiting the Lemmings statue. There's me, that's selfie. I tried to smile, but it's raining. And of course, the house where it all started. So I've been a level designer 20 years professionally. I've helped ship 13 games, and I've worked on so many more that were cancelled. So as a quick raise of hands, can anyone relate to that situation? Yep, what? Oh, wow, there's a lot more than even there was yesterday. Wow, yes, I feel your pain. Those lost games, they're always beautiful. I've worked at studios like Blitz Games, which I started, Lionhead, Ubisoft, and Sumo Digital. And in recent years, I've gradually been pushed towards leadership management. But I'm excited to have left AAA behind and build something new. I've been blessed with early parole. But hey, we gotta like this grayed out because, yep, gotta show you behind the curtain. As the 20 years have gone on, an individual's contribution has become less and less. My first title, which was SpongeBob SquarePants Creature from the Krusty Krab, launch title on Nintendo Wii, I created a quarter of the levels, and I created an E3 demo. For Call of Duty, I worked an incredibly cinematic and expressive level that gave me so much creative control. At Lionhead, Fable Journey, that was my postgraduate education on game design, and I learned so much there, and so much that I had to unlearn in years subsequently.
but joyous experience. But Pointers Division, again, beautiful game. I love it. But that is a game where I worked on it for years, and I don't even think I've seen 20% of the content there. So as projects within AAA grew and ballooned in scope, it becomes more and more difficult to establish a sense of ownership. And teams go from being a group where you know everyone's name to one where you don't even meet most of the devs you're working with. So this is the level design slide. You've got to have one. I'm a level designer, right? Every level designer has heard this quote. It's often repeated. It is a level design talk, so would it really be a level design talk without it? But what does this mean? So let's go back in time. The 90s were a wild time for level design. The industry had no shortage of big visible names. That's what teenage me thought, and I want to be like them when I grow up. However, now I am grown up and part of the games industry, I recognize that teenage me was a dumbass. Attention and glamour can be attractive to some, especially me. I mean, I've got a big hot pink t-shirt with a picture of a cat with a crown on it, but it is ultimately unproductive, even useless in a field that thrives on cross-collaboration within a team. In short, leave your ego at the door. Brilliance is useless if it is measured based on the individual. Only the efforts of the group, the collective, have any real worth. There is no place for rock stars here. And that line hit hard when I said it in Edinburgh. So back to 2024. We have a studio now with branded merch and everything. How legit are we? Our team is comprised of some very experienced developers and some exciting, fresh talent ready to bring unique perspectives, and they do. Side quest. So notice how in the previous slide I said experienced developers instead of veterans? The overabundance of militarized language in our industry has always felt weird to me. We didn't go to war. We touched keyboards for a living. And we brought out whiteboards, Miro. Consider it performative theater if you'd like, but I feel so much better and more relaxed having removed it from our collective vocabulary. We all know the obvious ones: veteran, fire team, war room, but the list goes on. Mission, campaign, deployment, alpha, beta testing, tactical, recon. Loadout, squad, objective, flanking, operations, ammunition, command center, assault, defense, frontline, strategy, war room, victory conditions, reconnaissance, and etc., etc. So what is our anti-vision? Traditional division of labor by discipline. This being the compartmentalization of creating a game into distinct disciplines: design, art, programming, audio. Do not remember not to forget audio, and so forth, each focusing on its specialized area. But this often, I mean, the text said it, this leads to siloed workflows, communication barriers, and the lack of a holistic understanding of the product. Another approach, which is our anti-vision, is the auteur. The intent here is that it can lead to highly cohesive and innovative games that bear the unmistakable mark of their creator, but it goes against what we want to achieve, which is shared ownership and leveraging our diverse perspectives, not stifling them. The theory is here that it can lead to brilliance driven by that one individual, but I don't buy it. So what is our vision? The rise of the feature team. This is not designed by committee, but rather bringing all the folks together who will touch a feature and working through the process together as a shared vision. This has to be what is meant by the quote I begun with regards to level design. Now, the approach in 2024, level design is where the rubber hits the road, because level design is applied game development, but the level designer is standing on the many shoulders of so many experts, working with everyone involved, bringing those features to life, together, a shared vision, a shared goal. But hang on, Luke. haven't you just described techniques in use by the AAA games industry today to manage the ballooning scope of games already? Well, you see, we started from scratch. And as you notice, we don't use militarized language. So it's not a strike team, it's a feature team. Totally different. Our thing is totally different. So you set out to rebuild game development processes with a greater degree of equity and ownership and just ended up trial and erroring yourself back to what is commonly done now already? Wow. Job done, right? Yeah. Sometimes it do be like that. So what have we learned today? Thank you very much for your talk. Thank you very much for listening to me. I've been Luke Knuckles, and this was for Jacob.
Thank you so much, Luke. Perfect. Well, thank you so much for everyone who's been speaking so far. You guys have been amazing. We're going to have another break now. We're going to go for 30 minutes. And we have cakes, everyone. Ooh. Isn't that exciting? So a huge thank you for our sponsors, Escape Technology, Johnson & Carmichael, and Lucid Link. Thank you so much, guys. Go get cake.
Oh, no, no thanks. Right, so this talk is called Play to the Audience, Games That Sell and How to Pitch Them.
and that's my name. If you have a stupid name like this, you get used to being called lots of different things. For example, Paul Kiddoff, Paul killed off, just killed us, Paul killed off Taylot, and my absolute personal favorite, Paul Kildruff Johnson. So my first point is, if you are making a game, don't call it some fucking stupid, elaborate thing. Please keep it concise. You would be really surprised by how many people are still making this mistake even now. Otherwise, you end up in Golf Magazine Presents 36 Great Holes starring Fred Couples territory. No one wants to be there. Couple of quick things about me before we get properly started. As was kindly mentioned, I've been an indie developer since about 2005, probably best known for this thing, and most recently doing indie publishing things with the fantastic Ground Shatter. This is Fights in Tight Spaces. And then consulting and advisory things, probably most relevant for the purposes of this talk is the work I've done with UK Games Fund. So I see a lot of pitches. I think there are some UK Games Fund alums and various people, so hello. Yes, this talk is called Play to the Audience. It's about video games. This is a video game. It is a real video game. I think it's real. We tend to think about games a bit in isolation when we're developing them, and sometimes from a publisher perspective as well. But games have to connect with an audience. That's an audience. You're an audience. You all have individual feelings and beliefs and things, unfortunately. And the games that we make and fund and publish have to actually connect with people. Some quick caveats. This isn't going to be a how to do a pitch deck thing. There's loads of resources on that. You don't need me to tell you about it, and I'm sure you're all very experienced. Also, I'm wrong a lot, so if I say things that are wrong, that's fine. Feel free to disagree with me. I like talking about this stuff. You can talk to me later. And I won't be doing technical budgeting things. This is about stuff you need to convey in a pitch, so it's stuff to bear in mind. All right. They're coming for me. Here are the important parts of a pitch for me. So the catch and hold. This is a reframe of a thing you'll hear every publisher in the world talking about, which is attention and retention. So catch, think about what is going to catch the audience's attention, what is going to perhaps interrupt them from what they're doing, what's going to make them say, what the hell is that? I have to play it. I have to find out about it. A lot of games that are pitched are boring. They don't have any striking elements to them. And it would be better if people thought more about how to directly interrupt and gain attention. And then hold is kind of the long-term version of that. How do you create persistent attention? How do you create a long-term relationship with the game? Micro macro is a kind of slight perversion of a design term. It's kind of the gameplay equivalent of that. So micro would be the moment-to-moment gameplay, maybe how the game feels in an action game, or what are the decisions you're making in a turn-based game. And then macro is the progression. What is the player doing? What is their goal? Where are they going? How does it develop over time? So you need to convey those. I'm not going to be talking about the other two much because this is a very short talk. But validation and value, that's just about how are you going to prove out your assumptions. You need to be demonstrating that in your pitching. And then dev risk is a kind of publisher calculation that will need to be made around, can your team actually deliver on it? So you need to be addressing that too. We're going to focus on the first two today. So these are the components of the catch. The premise of a game is something that used to be kind of considered to be more important. We used to talk about things like core fantasy, but I think it still matters a lot. I've used the example of Untitled Goose Game here, and the premise of that game is that you are an unruly goose. That's a valid premise. There are all sorts of things that are valid. That's an interesting thing that I want to find out more about being an unruly goose. So think about roles and what the player is going to be doing. What are they going to be embodying? Then you have the genre of the game. And genre is just a familiarity heuristic. It's just a set of conditions that people use to decide, am I already familiar with this? Do I know where this is going? Is this something I already like? And then finally, there's the aesthetic, which is a whole world of talks in itself. But from the perspective of trying to attract attention, it's just something that conveys polish and detail in the game. It doesn't have to be realistic or super elaborate, but it needs to convey that attention that you've lavished on your game. That's one of the main things it's actually communicating early on. I really like this idea of familiarity and novelty that's in this book, Hitmakers by Derek Thompson. he did some investigation into pop music, and he found that a lot of the breakout pop hits contained really specific, familiar components, like a familiar rhythmic structure or familiar song structure. And then they had one weird element that was added to that. So maybe like a weird vocal sound or some weird instrumentation or something like that. So if you can show that your game has familiarity and novelty in your pitch, then that's great. Just a couple of examples of games that do that really well. These are ones we all know. Dead Cells, adding stuff to Metroidvania, really easy to take familiar cues from it, but it has this very unique art style. It has amazing progression and amazing depth. Here's a game that I think also does this really well. Yes, Your Grace. You can just see from immediately looking at a screenshot that it's got this very detailed, lavish pixel art sort of narrative world, but it's also got this management world sort of underpinning it. And that's conveyed almost instantly. You can tell everything you need to know about that from just looking at this. Genre. When you are in a genre, it's important to actually look at the games in that genre. And this is a strange thing that's come up in pitches for me a lot, where a company is sort of punting on a genre because it's popular. They're not living in it. So if you're not familiar with those games, you should be going on Steam and reading the extremely cursed Steam reviews that people leave. You should be at least watching streams, looking at how content creators are responding to those games and just delving in. You don't have to copy things, you don't have to take mechanics, but you have to have an awareness of these things because your audience does. Your audience is going to be coming out of the gate, comparing as hard as they possibly can. The first thing humans do when they see something is they compare it to something else. So if you're not already doing that and you're not ahead of that, then you might get some of those negative reviews we all love. Aesthetics, going to cover this really quickly. Obviously, the sort of holy grail of aesthetics is something that stands out or hasn't really been seen before in games, that is extremely vibrant. Like I've got Cuphead here as an example of that. But games that look like this can also do really well. This is Caves of Cud, and its aesthetic is functional. It conveys the depth of the game. So going for either something that can be aesthetic first or something that's really living in its depth can both be really valid choices. So just quickly now moving on from catching attention to holding it. I don't know how many people here have seen the Factorio trailer, Factorio's first kind of release trailer that's on Steam. It's probably the best indie game trailer ever. It starts with this little vehicle going around and some sort of jaunty music, and then very quickly that evolves into this absurd, enormous system that the players built, and eventually a rocket launches from the middle. So this is communicating early on that I'm starting with this certain type of gameplay, but I'm able to build systems and express myself. And that's what a huge amount of that audience, particularly on PC, want to do. They want to create their own systems. They want to put in a lot of detail and express themselves personally. And systems don't always have to be kind of extrinsic. They can be on the character. This is the skill tree from Path of Exile. It's a hyper elaborate version of skill trees from other games. It's one of the things they innovated on at the time, was just pushing this out as big as possible. And this allows for player creativity on the character. And that's something that we don't think about enough. When we talk about systems and building systems in games, we often think about simulations or survival games or things like that. But you can do it sort of internally. So back to that micro-macro idea I was talking about earlier, how you do that within the game. This is fights in tight spaces again. And one of the issues we had with this early on in development was that turns weren't quite interesting enough. And the reason behind that was that movement was sort of too free. So you could do a move and then move out of the way of all the enemies and then move back in and do another move. And James Parker, who's the game director and lead designer on this game, did some brilliant detailed work around getting movement into the cards and taking it away from being kind of completely freeform to make that sort of cognitive load of an individual turn much more interesting and much more challenging. You had much more kind of risk reward there. And then similarly, the macro progression of the game, how builds work, how it evolves over time, that was something where we took a lot of cues from other things in the genre. So we worked on both of those things throughout dev, and it ended up kind of working very well. So massive credit to Groundshatter on that. All right, that's basically it for me. Thank you very much for listening. I'm around later if you'd like to chat about any of this stuff. Enjoy your evening.
to it. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back in, everyone. I hope you enjoyed your cake. Come on. Shuffle in, shuffle in. Get cozy. Wonderful. So, shh, wished. Thank you. Next up, we have Sarah Gatlin, freelance videographer, worked and working at Games Talks Live and at Rivet Games. Huge round of applause, please. Hello. The microphone's the correct height for once. That's unusual. Normally it's up here. Hi, I'm Sarah, and I'm a videographer, like has been mentioned. You might have seen me running about crazy today, and you've probably been interviewed by me if you're one of the other speakers. Please come and chat to me about videos during the remaining breaks, but I'm not here to talk about videos today. I'm here to talk about something a little more exciting and a little bit spicier. Rejection. More specifically, rejecting rejection, because it is such a constant in so many of our lives, and we need to think of it in a positive way rather than the easy negative way. So there's many ways you can get rejected. I realize that this looks like it's a list of things that I've done, and it is just a list of, it should say at the top, ways you can get rejected. So obviously you can get rejected from a job, and that's mainly what I'll talk about, but you can also have your game rejected by a publisher, or maybe you've applied for funding which didn't get accepted. Since I make videos, I apply for film festivals, and that sometimes gets a rejection. You might have been nominated for an award, maybe you did or didn't win. There's so many different ways where you can get either a success or a rejection. So it's important, really important, to think about why you get accepted for things, because if someone is looking to hire someone, they aren't like, oh, I'm going to reject as many people as I possibly can. They just want to hire the best person for the job. So obviously the main thing that they're looking at is experience, but other times something can sort of push you a little bit forward. If you have contacts with a company or with a sector, then it can be helpful, more just to get your foot in the door, and to get you maybe to that interview or into that pitch. A couple of times I've had retail jobs. It's been a bit more of a practical reason, such as I worked for a retail chain for a bit, and I applied for a job there a second time 5 years later, and they rehired me just because I had worked for that same chain, which seemed weird to me because I'd worked 500 miles away and in a different store, and it had been 5 years earlier, so they might as well have trained up a new employee, but there were other people that they would have rejected in order to accept me. And equally, in a different retail job I had, they asked me, when can you start? Can you start next week? Can you start tomorrow? And I said, yeah, sure, I can start tomorrow. I'm free tomorrow. Which means that they must have rejected tons of people who were way more qualified than me, just because I happened to be free the next day, and I wasn't free every day, which they should have thought of at the time. But just for that convenience, if you think about it that way, it's not really an attack on your character if you're just not the right fit for a company for so many millions of reasons. I've only mentioned these 4, but there's many things that might come up. So how can you reduce rejection? Obviously, you can have lots of experience, have lots of contacts, but also you do make your own luck. And what I mean by that is, for example, last week I was shooting a film for Alistair Lowe from Low Tech Games, and I thought, how lucky am I that Alistair picked me of everyone in the world to make a video for him. And I thought, well, he didn't actually just throw a dart at a wall and go, oh, guess it's Sarah then. Me and him have known each other for years. He's seen my previous work. We check in with each other regularly. And obviously, when he was like, oh, okay, I have a video that needs making. Who do I know that makes videos? He thought of me. And that is the sort of thing that you want to put yourself in a good position to do. So, fun fact that you'll enjoy, just by being here, you are putting yourself in a luckier position at your next job interview, at your next pitch meeting. Whatever you're doing, you are making contacts here, you are learning more about the industry, and that's a great thing to do. So keep coming to stuff like this and putting yourself out there, because it will make you a lot luckier. But also, this is more from the mental health side of how to sort of reduce the effects of rejection. Don't back yourself in a corner or pigeonhole yourself.
earlier this year, I applied for a job which I thought I was guaranteed to get. No one ever guaranteed it, either verbally or in writing, but I thought I'm definitely getting it. So I thought to myself, well, why should I waste time applying for other jobs when that's tiring? Who wants to sell themselves? Like, I just stopped applying for jobs for a couple of weeks up to my interview. I cancelled some interviews in that time because I thought, well, I'm definitely going to get that job. So obviously I didn't get it, and that sucked. And it put me in a place where I went, oh my God, why would they do this to me? Now I have nothing left. And they didn't do that to me. I did that to myself. If I had just kept applying for things and gone, well, it doesn't hurt to have a backup, doesn't hurt to have a little interview experience, then I wouldn't have felt like I'd gone back to square one. And yeah, that wasn't the company's fault. So don't make it so that the rejection is going to absolutely destroy you, because you can make it better. And reframing is really, really helpful, because if you don't think this is terrible, these people don't like me, they don't like my game, if you think, what next? That's a much better way to think about it. So for example, with the job that I was rejected from recently, I thought I was going to get that job, and I thought that I'd be doing that for the next year or however long. But since I'm not, what can I do now? And I took a big turn, and I've been doing some QA testing, and I've been really enjoying that. So please come and chat to me about that as well, because I've learned a lot over the past, I think it's been about 4 weeks that I've done. And I might have never had that chance to do that if they hadn't rejected me from the job a couple months ago. So maybe you're thinking of pitching to a slightly different company from normal, or maybe you're thinking of going for a slightly different job avenue. If you get a rejection, think, what else can I do? Because opportunities are endless, and that should be exciting and fun. But ultimately, it's always going to be helpful to get more interview experience, more pitching experience, all of that. You're never going to have to stop selling yourself or selling your game. That's the life that we've all chosen, unfortunately. But so yeah, doing that will help you out in the long run, and doing that will also make you contacts. If you pitch a game to somebody and they go, no, not the right fit for us now, they might refer you to someone else. They might like it next time. Maybe they'll give you feedback. You can learn a lot from that and from making contacts, and obviously learning about games companies and the industry as a whole will always help you as a successful person and make you a successful studio. And don't forget your achievements, because it's very easy to, at the end of the day, go, I didn't get this done, I didn't get that done, and forget about everything you've achieved. So please remember your achievements, because you are awesome and you are successful every day. So I also want to talk to the people who are doing the rejections, because you might be sitting there thinking, oh, I own my own studio, I have a job, I don't need to listen to this. But you do, because if you're not getting rejected, you are doing the rejection. And it's half your fault. So these are just a couple of things that I wanted to say to you. So one is, if you're sending a rejection letter, please don't slap me in the face with a big "Dear candidate." You might say, oh, but we have hundreds of candidates, thousands of candidates, I can't type out a personal email to everyone. There are programs for that, Microsoft Excel, Microsoft Access, but if you go, oh, but those are a bit complicated, you guys are coders, please work it out. Another thing is time of day. This one is, again, a very small thing that can make a big difference. Last month, I was at Colin's birthday party, having a great time dancing at the Ceilidh, and I got a buzz on my phone, had a look at it, and it was a rejection from a job that I'd applied for. And I thought, who on earth is sending out rejection letters at 9 p.m. on a Saturday night? And I'm glad I'm not them. I'm glad I was at Colin's Ceilidh. But if that is absolutely the only time that you have, you've got a packed schedule, and you're like, right, 9 p.m., let's bash out those rejection letters, just tap schedule. Schedule it for Monday morning, because I don't want to see that when I'm dancing. And if you can give feedback, that is so invaluable to a candidate for a job or for someone who's pitching their game. It's always helpful to know what we can do better, or to know what other people did better than us. And again, I know that you might have hundreds or even thousands of applicants, and if that's the case, I think it's fair just to say, if they make it to interview stage, they deserve a bit more acknowledgement, because you've taken time, they've taken time,
And also, it can leave them with less of a bitter taste in their mouth. I got a phone call from someone a few months ago after I'd interviewed with them, and they said, "You're not the right candidate this time, but we had a great time chatting with you, and we'd love to hear from you again." And it left me feeling positive about the whole situation because I had had a good time talking with them. And to not just get like a nameless, faceless email from them a couple days later, and that's that. It was really nice to hear that it had been a positive experience from their end, and that they, like, I would apply for them again. I don't have a changed perception of them. I do have a changed perception of the major Scottish TV studio production that sent me a dear candidate. Don't appreciate them. But yeah, that's all that I have to say on rejection. Please come and chat to me, like I said, about videos, about QA. And if I come up to you, don't reject me because I'll cry. And just please come along and reframe and reject rejection. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sarah. That was amazing. Right. Up next, we have Joe Bain, Director of Hairy Heart Games, organizer of industry events in Glasgow, including the Glasgow Games Soapbox, and working on the upcoming Glasgow Independent Games Festival. Welcome on stage.
Hi everyone, yeah, thanks for that lovely introduction. If you're interested in the Glasgow Independent Games Festival, it's happening on the 20th of July, and we're still open for submissions till the end of the month, so go and check us out. All these short people in the background. Right. So, man-made AI. So my name's Joe Bain. I run a small studio called Hairy Heart Games in Glasgow. And this talk is... Oh, I've got my speaker. Oh, put my phone away. Fantastic. Here we go. So to begin, let's remind ourselves of some of the latest developments in AI related to games and 3D art. If you're like me on Twitter or LinkedIn or wherever it is, you're seeing a lot of this sort of thing popping up lately. Lots of 3D graphics, you know, code generation, game generation stuff. It's kind of seen everywhere. And I think a lot of people are thinking, you know, is this going to take my job? What am I going to do with my career? Or maybe you think that it's not going to get there, but I think a lot of people, and a lot of young people, are worried about the future. You know, how their job might change or if they're going to have a job in game development. So I want to roll back the clock a bit. This is another young creative getting into the industry in the 1930s. Pablo Picasso was a painter beginning his career when photography was was being developed and becoming more accessible and cheaper and widely available. And this is what he had to say about photography. I have discovered photography, now I can kill myself. I have nothing else to learn. Yeah, I don't know. Is that our destiny, you know? I don't know. Personally, I'm not ready for that. Picasso also said this about photography. When you see what you express through photography, you realize all the things that can no longer be the objective of painting. Why should an artist persist in treating subjects that can be established so clearly with the lens of a camera? We have the power to change the subject of our art. Game development has often been a very technical exercise with some artistic sensibility creeping in around the edges. How can we optimize the frame rate? How can we squeeze a bit more life into these polygons? And some of these problems will you know, continue, but I think some of them, you know, AI may be able to help with some of these. As some of these technical concerns perhaps start to fade, or some of these get a bit easier, you know, our focus can change a bit. We can start to be interested in different things in game development, bringing in different kind of sources of inspiration. But just because we're not having to study, you know, as the kind of Renaissance painters were studying the way that light falls on velvet, and really trying to recreate real life, you know, in a very sort of like studious way, that became kind of redundant with photography. You know, like Picasso, we need to change our kind of perspective Picasso didn't just avoid technology though, he cut up photography, mass-produced design and newsprint and created collage, a new style of art which embraced and transformed the output of machines. I don't just want to talk about Picasso though, I want to also talk about what AI is enabling and how I've been embracing it for my games. So this is a handmade puppet. It's made from wood, wire, foam, felt, hand stitched and painted. Her name is Kate, and there is only one of her. She was made by a model maker based in Edinburgh called Gretchen Maynard Hahn. And so far, I've not seen any posts on Twitter or LinkedIn about AIs producing puppets. In our game Krakennuts, we scan Kate and the rest of our puppets and models with a photogrammetry app. We place the puppet on a small turntable and capture hundreds of photos as she spins around, capturing every angle and the way the light moves across the fabric. You may be familiar with photogrammetry. It's been used in video games for at least a decade. We use Polycam, which is an iPhone app. There are many different tools. It's not part of the latest AI revolution, but it is a really useful tool and a powerful tool, and one that's continuing to get better and easier to use. It's not perfect though. You may see on this model some of the hair looks a bit blocky compared to the real photograph. This is a 3D render of Kate made from the same set of photographs, but stored and rendered as a kind of point cloud. It's a process called Gaussian splatting, and it uses a complex algorithm to output an efficient representation of the photos. You can see how this version of Kate is made up of thousands of small particles. Each of these has got a unique width and height, a color gradient, and a light transmission function. And the process of training the splat involves generating millions of these particles, merging them, moving them, sorting them until they closely represent all the target photographs. You can already get plugins which will allow you to use Gaussian splats in commercial game engines like Unity and Unreal. They're not production ready perhaps just yet, but they can be useful for certain things or, for limited uses within a game. A close cousin of Gaussian splatting is NERFs, or neural radiance fields. This video from NVIDIA shows the state of the art in generating these from only a few photos. A NERF is a neural network trained specifically on a single scene. And once trained, you can ask the AI what the scene would look like from another angle, one that you didn't photograph, and it will generate a new point of view. And they can generate angles that you never photographed as well. At the moment, they're quite slow and quite memory intensive, but as with all things AI that we've seen, the progress is really quick, and I think this is going to be technology that people are going to have in their homes before long. Not be running on kind of everyday devices. So this is Krakennuts. It's a narrative adventure game based on a Scottish fairy tale, and we've been developing it at Hairy Heart for about 9 months. We're currently looking for a publisher, if there are any in the audience. And we're not just using AI to capture the models in the game, we also use AI for performance capture at a fraction of the budget of hiring a traditional mocap studio. And for this, we're using another iPhone app called Move AI. In this process, you have 4 cameras, 4 iPhones around the room, each recording video which gets sent up to the cloud and processed, and at the end of it we can download an FBX with the animations. Oh, sorry, that should be muted. I don't know if you can turn it. I thought I muted that, sorry. You can download an FBX, you can import that into Unity or Unreal, you can clean that up a bit. We've found the results have been very good, a bit better than the inertial suits that you might have tried. Probably not maybe quite as good as a dedicated studio, but the processing and the algorithms they have to generate the animations are getting better and better, so the quality is getting better as well. And one huge benefit of these technologies is that we've been able to collaborate with artists and creators that we might not have been able to work with as a small indie studio. We've been working with, theatrical actors. We've been working with practical model makers. Been able to use the things that they're making, things that they're producing in our games, and having that sort of diverse set of creative, influences on the project has been, I think, hugely beneficial. And it's just been really fun as well to work with people from different disciplines. So far from eliminating jobs, for us, AI has been letting us give jobs to people, who wouldn't have had jobs in the games industry before. Bringing new people into the process. So don't worry about AI taking your job. Think about how AI can expand your horizons and create new ways of working, be that Pablo Picasso or video games. Thanks very much.
As a taller step every time. Hello. Thank you so much, Joe. That was great. Next up, we have Kyle McSwan, designer at No Code, working on the upcoming Silent Hill Town Fort. Everyone give a round of applause for Kyle.
Hello, my name's Kyle, and today I'm going to talk to you a bit about level design. I decided to do a very introductory talk about level design, basically level design 101, just because it's the first time I'm doing anything like this, and some people here might not truly know what a level designer does. So apologies if a lot of what I say is quite rudimentary. I only have 10 minutes as well, so I'm sticking very closely to the wee script that I've got here. A wee bit of background about myself. I'm a game, level and mission designer who has now been in the industry professionally for about 3.5 years. However, I've been involved in the industry roughly for about 5 in total, as I was very fortunate to have a QA work placement with Blazing Griffin that slowly blossomed into a junior design position where I worked on the Poirot games. I then joined Ubisoft Reflections down in Newcastle as a level designer, where I worked on Assassin's Creed Nexus, to finally finding my home back in Glasgow at No Code as a designer, where I do game and mission design too, but predominantly take responsibility for the level design of Silent Hill Townfall. I've had the pleasure of working with different studios, teams and games, all of which use a very different level design approach. So what is level design? I searched on Google definitions of level design and picked a few from the first 4 links or so, different to looks, which is good. Most commonly, we think of level design as creating the physical space that the game takes place in, maybe the most common one. Sometimes definitions like to take it one step further and mention things contained within the levels that have an effect on the player's experience too, such as mechanics, interactions, etc. Then we get definitions that imply the effects it has on the player's emotions and how it influences the player too, such as these last 2 definitions here. Now I'm going to do the very designery, wishy-washy thing here and say that I believe level design is actually all of these things. Different people from different backgrounds and different experiences at different studios might see level design as a totally different thing. Ultimately, it is very hard to give one clear and broad definition that caters to all games and ideologies, but based on my experience of going from junior to intermediate, I want to give it a try. I believe that ensuring all of a game's mechanics and features complement the player aesthetic through the in-game world, or something to that effect. It's a bit vague, but I truly think there's a reason for that. You don't have one clear task within the project as a level designer. You're effectively a stakeholder for the game to ensure that the levels of the game are fun and do their intended purpose. You oversee arguably the most immersive aspect of the game to the player, ensuring that the connection to the magic circle isn't broken through inconceivable, boring, or frustrating means. Similar to how we interpret the definitions of level design, there are different responsibilities depending on different team size and the genre of the game. I've tried to summarize what I believe a dedicated level designer broadly oversees. Crafting and iterating upon the playable space within the game with block-out tools or placeholder assets. Things that players can do, enemies and trolls to take out, unique traversal opportunities, etc. Basically, these are the ingredients and or toys of your level, ensuring they are discernible enough to the player too. Creating and maintaining level design documentation, fun, such as level or mission design documentation, The reason why I've put this here is because I would actually arguably say I spend just about most of my time in documentation. This includes research, outlines or level details for other departments as well, justification for ideas and what the level actually contains. Ensuring the intended player emotions are met at the points we hope for them to be invoked. It's low-hanging fruit, but as an example, think of horror games. For the moments we want the players to feel anxious, creeped out and scared, etc. How do we invoke them through our levels at the right time so the players to still feel engaged? Cater to all play styles, player personas and experience levels, so a wider range of people can enjoy your game. Personas can be seen as one big umbrella for how a player will play your game in its entirety. A good example is Bartel's player types for gamification, with players broken into 4 categories. But there's not enough time to talk about that, so yeah, I'm going to skip that. Marry your world to architecture and artistic techniques, basically ensuring that the levels you are building are conceivable, not realistic, but conceivable within the game's universe. Applying rules such as like the rules of freeze, leading lines, verticality, composition or framing, etc. But merging them with the structures and landscapes of your game. Finally, and maybe most importantly, ensure your levels marry to other disciplines within the game world, including art, UI, audio, lighting, narrative, etc. Everything needs to work together to achieve the same vision. Consider all departments as even the slightest addition or change can greatly impact the workload or scope of the other departments. Your level should be seen as a melting pot for everybody's hard work, so every single discipline must be taken into consideration. So to try and rationalize my definition and all the points I said above, I actually believe that level design is game design. You're responsible for establishing a cooperative relationship between all areas of the game, which are then presented to the player. You are maintaining the vision of the game, similar to game design, through the levels and overarching world. Now to go back to the very first definition, I don't know if you've seen it, it said usually first or third person shooters. Now while that isn't incorrect, levels are actually much more than 3D linear or multiplayer spaces. We can have open world areas with encampments that players can liberate or take out, such as in Assassin's Creed, or levels like in Resident Evil where as the player progresses and gets new skills or tools, the level evolves and becomes more explorative. We can also have 2D games that still aim to accomplish the same thing, using core mechanics or influencing techniques to encourage player movement and agency. Finally, I think you can make an argument that any play space can be considered a level, even these ones here. You aren't traversing anywhere, but you're still using the mechanics and rules of the game that have been supplied to overcome challenges and puzzles of these levels. It isn't just 3D spaces. Now, I promise this was not intentional, but a big premise of my talk was going to talk about this here. This is the whiteboard test. I don't know if anybody's seen it. It's a great one-pager for immediately showing the quality expectancy of some of your levels. However, over the years of me being in the industry, I found that although this is great, and I still refer to it all the time, it doesn't apply to all games. As I said before, level design doesn't mean just the physical space. You need to ensure nearly all aspects of the game are complemented within the level. Now, the accidental thing, and this is 100% true, was I wanted to base my talk around this concept and discuss potentially the use of corridors. And levels which can be interpreted here as somewhere between intermediate and advanced, which is like bad, it looks like. But somebody beat me to the punch. But they specifically talked about how much they hate corridors. This is a great talk by Mark Drew, and he even used the exact same example I was going to use, which is PT, which is literally just 2 corridors. PT effectively used horror cliches though, like right-angled corners to not see what's from the other side, slow walking pacing to build suspense, etc. And it all worked because the developers wanted to offer a specific horror experience for the player. That was the intention, and they managed to achieve that with the help of the environment, audio, art, movement, etc. That's the whole kind of point of my talk here, right? So I can maybe deep dive into this in another Silent Hill talk at a later date, but I can't do that now. So now that I have hopefully covered the message of my talk, I thought I would do a very short game for you all, audience participation. I'm going to try and show that even first or third person shooters don't need to have overly complex designed areas. Okay, so does anyone know what this map is? Rust? Yes. So this is Rust from Call of Duty. So notice how there's no complex looking stairs or forced level design additions. It's authentic to the space it's in with natural cover points that contextually make sense. And developers still made sure that the level still offers that players that combat pit experience. Even looking at other famous COD maps like Nuketown, there's no intricate or out there areas of the map, maybe because it doesn't need it. There are some areas of elevation, but ultimately this was the intended look and design of the level. Right, next one. Does anyone know what this level is? Sandtrap, yes. So this is Sandtrap, a Halo level that you can argue is actually fairly empty. But as you've guessed, there's a specific reason for that. Sandtrap and other Halo maps have a big emphasis on big team battles with big vehicles. Sandtrap is also extra unique because it has these guys here called elephants, which are literal movable bases that the player can operate. This map was designed for the intention for big vehicular warfare. Now this is the last one. Does anyone know this level at all? It's a tough one. You are close. It is actually the RCPD in Dead by Daylight. But there's a reason for that. That was really horrible of me, but there's a reason for that. The RCPD has always been a single player level for Resi 2 and the Resi remake. But for the Dead by Daylight crossover, they did something very interesting. The developers more or less kept the exact same layout of the police station because it was true to the original and fit Dead by Daylight's mechanics and core gameplay loop. So they literally done very little to change it. They made some changes though, like for example, go back one. They made two separate levels, one with a singular base in the middle and an east and west wing variation. And they even created doorways for places that would most likely have dead ends, so that the player's constantly moving as well. You can see here, sorry, wrong one. There we go. So before and after. You get the picture. So what I'm trying to say is, if there's one thing to take away from this talk, is that you design your levels based on the needs and the vision of the game. There's no one strict rule book. Unfortunately, we're running out of time, so I can't deep dive into this, but I'm more happy to talk about it at the break. And that's me. I'm more happy to answer questions, connect through socials in the breaks as well. Yeah, thank you all for listening. Cheers.
Thank you so much, Kyle. Right, we're going to have another break. Just a reminder, we've still got the charity raffle running. Lucy's going to bring up the slides so that you can scan the QR code, and I'll show you a few of the prizes. If I can take the reins. Oh, no, I can't. I touched something. A mistake was made. But yeah, we're raising money for Save the Children for the Gaza relief. So please, if you can, give generously. We've got some yeah, I'm good. I can. Oh, look at this. Some amazing bundles here. I'm going to flash through them. Look at this. Wonderful. Ooh. Ah. Oh. Ooh. Amazing. So as you can see, there's a lot of great things to win. These could be yours, and so much more if you just, give a bit of money to charity. It's a great cause. Right, I'll put it back to the beginning. You get the idea. Right, so we're going to have a 30-minute break. Just a huge thank you to some of our sponsors. Thank you, No Code, Ninja Kiwi, and Team Terrible. Thanks so much, guys. See you in a bit.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks so much for your time this evening. Really excited to be here today. So I thought I'll start by just kind of giving you a bit of an intro to who I am. So I started in the video game and entertainment space back in 2011. So I initially started to work for 2 different media agencies. So, but they specialise within the video game sector. So some of the clients that I worked with, just to sort of name a few, so I worked with Bethesda, Activision, Nintendo, Konami, Codemasters, which some of you might remember as well. They're still alive somewhere. But you know, I was there for a few years, and then I decided that, you know, the gaming industry I was kind of done with the gaming industry, and I wanted to sort of move on and try something different. So I worked for a company called DAZN, which some of you might be familiar with. They're like a sports streaming platform, kind of like the Netflix of sport. So I did that, but you know what, after like a year or so, I just really missed gaming. I wanted to sort of get back into the gaming sphere. So I joined Square Enix. So I was the UK marketing manager at Square Enix. So I ran all their marketing campaigns to sort of bottom up. And then I left Square Enix after sort of 4.5 years. I joined Take-Two Interactive, and I was part of the 2K brand. So I did that for a bit. And then now I'm at Green Man Gaming. So I've only actually been at Green Man Gaming for 3 weeks now. So if you do have any questions, just go easy on me. I don't have all the stats. But yeah, that's a little bit about me. So next I've got a little 30-second sizzle reel just to kind of give you a bit of an intro to who Green Man Gaming are. And then I can sort of deep dive into a bit more about what we do. That should have sound. I'll let it play. I promise it's got a cool soundtrack, but maybe I'll send it to you guys at another point. I could do a little theme tune now if I wanted to, but I might avoid that. Right. Okay, so for those of you who are unaware, Green Man Gaming is an e-commerce and technology business, and we sort of specialise in the video game industry. So it was founded by Paul Sullock back in 2010, and we're actually made up of sort of 3 main divisions. So we have publishing. So this is the department that I work in, and what we do is we work with independent studios. So this is like globally, and what we do is effectively sort of bring their games to the masses. So what we do is we help them with their marketing, with their PR. We also help them with social, community. We also work with sort of various influencers as well, and also within trade marketing as well. We then have our retailer side. So this is essentially our sort of our bread and butter. You know, we work with, well, we're in 195 different countries, and we stock sort of various different games. There's about sort of 10,000 multi-platform games at really competitive prices. So definitely worth checking out if you're not aware of them. If you're not aware of us, sorry. And then we also have the distribution side as well. So what we do is we act as a third-party distributor with studios, and what we do is we help promote their games on behalf of them. So we work with 150 different retailers across all major territories. So anyway, that's a bit about us. But what I wanted to do is talk to you more about sort of the publishing side and sort of how we can help as well. So, you know, some of you might be sitting in the audience. You know, you might be working for a small indie, or you know, you might be an individual yourself, and you know, you might be creating your own game. So, with that, you know, there are certain things that you would need to account for if you haven't done so already. So it's all about sort of getting your house in order. And kind of what I mean by that, it's having a plan. So you have to look at, you know, what sort of game are you building here? You know, how long do you think it will take you to sort of finish that game? Is it 6 months? Is it 12 months? Is it 2 years? You know, what are those milestones, you know, that you would need to sort of finish that game? Also, you know, how will you fund your company? You know, how will you pay for your staff? You know, how will you pay for the equipment? How will you run the company? You know, if you have an office space. And then that kind of goes on to talk about the development side as well. You know, how will you pay for the studio, the tech, all the equipment that you think that you would need to sort of build that game. And then, you know, you might have created this amazing sort of passion project of yours that you've been thinking about for years. But then, you know, that's all sort of the fun part. But then, how do you then reach that audience that you're trying to market to? You know, how do you sort of sell into that audience? And then from that, you look at the distribution side. So, how do you make sure you've got the max amount of eyeballs, people that are viewing your game, that you want maximum support from them? How do you make sure that it's listed perfectly and, easily downloadable? And then finally, you look at what is the future of your company or the studio? Are you looking at a V2 within sort of 12 months from then? Are you looking at certain DLC? Are you looking to build an MTX model? Because with every start there's an end, so you'd always have to sort of build some sort of contingency plan to make sure that you support the rest of the company's future. So that's kind of like where sort of my team come in and where we can sort of help. So from the publishing side, we help from funding. So we help with the development, the support, the distribution as well, which I just sort of spoke about, but also everything to do with marketing. So all the different strands, all different disciplines within marketing. So PR, influencers, trade, etc. And then we look at partnerships as well. So the partners that we work with, obviously first party, so like PlayStation and Xbox, but also third parties as well. So this could be hardware brands like, I don't know, HyperX or Logitech, just to kind of give you some examples. And then what we do is we help at sort of different stages. So if you look at the pre-launch phase, so like I said, we help with the funding, the localization, but also the Q&A, really helping with the awareness and then executing on that as well from a PR and marketing community point of view. And then when we're into our launch phase as well, that's kind of where we really help within retail distribution management. We look at the placement and the listings. We help with the pre-orders, so it's really important that there are a decent amount of pre-orders or the wish lists are there as well, but also the pricing model as well. Are you pricing yourselves too highly, or are you sort of undercutting yourself? And then also helping with sort of trade marketing and affiliates and social media as well. And then when you get to your sort of the post-launch phase, it's all about sort of retail channel management planning. And also promotional sales as well. So there are various sales that happen throughout the year. Which sales you want to be a part of, which ones don't you want to be? How do you price yourself so that you're competitive as well? But I think anecdotally, for a publisher, it's okay that you want some of this, but you might not need all of it. But I think one thing to sort of take away from this is that third-party distribution is really key here. So, you might have your game on Steam and it might be doing really well, but third-party distribution can really add sort of 20 to 30% incremental sales to your current sell-through. So just something for you to be aware of. And that's kind of everything from me. So I'm happy to take any questions. If not, hit me at the bar. I will be wearing some sort of tag, but yeah, or feel free to email me. Thank you.
Excellent. Right, so it's our final block of speakers. The night's flown by, hasn't it? Excellent. So first up, we have Brian Lindsay, an artist at 4J Studios. Welcome, Brian.
Good evening. My name is Brian Lindsay, and I am an animator at 4J Studios. I specialise in character animation and visual effects. Tonight, I would like to talk to you about why animators need to be animators and how the talented team behind Manic Mechanics created the characters that brought them to life. So, but first of all, if for all of you who don't know what Manic Mechanics is, shame on you. You all know. But if you don't know, don't worry. I'll play the trailer. Pretty good. Wonder what to charge for an MOT, eh? So, to begin, we wanted to, make the game feel really cartoony, really wacky, and all that kind of just a bit of fun, good old bit of fun. And what better way to just kind of go back, back in time for all the good influences of like Tex Avery's animations, Tom and Jerry, even to more modern stuff like Netflix's series of Cuphead. Even more bizarre stuff. Of course, we're going to look at video games, but even things like Saber Wolf from Killer Instinct, Crash Bandicoot, of course, and even like Takes Two. So like, well, what can I say? The examples that we did was being able to create a live reference and use that for our craft. If you look at like even like back in the day of like old Disney animators as well, they used to use things in mirror to like all this kind of stuff to get the feel, just to keep flowing. Even things like Pixar animation as well, they did a lot of this to get their animation flowing. Even like what's this one? Alice in Wonderland. Didn't even notice that was a thing, but thought it was absolutely brilliant. But with this, we use this as a technique to kind of for ourselves and to see if we can get our animations flowing with our live reference. Yeah. I'll say something like, if you want action lessons, hit me up at the back, I'll show you some. But with this, so it was brilliant. It helped us get exactly what we needed for the character. It was, what I would say for this takeaway is it helped us get a better sense of timing. It helped us get a good feeling of weight and flow in the body, really good movement as well. Helps you understand how the whole anatomy works. It even got you help sense of readability while playing the game. And it was just good to have fun and just kind of bounce around, just act like silly for a while. Eh? It was great. Loved it. Even with like, we took this technique and we used this all the way through every single animation here, as you see, and many, many more. This one was great because I was actually working at home at the time and it gave me an excuse to go and sweep the floors. This one as well gave me a good excuse to play guitar and not like an idiot in my house. It was brilliant. Absolutely loved it. With all that being said, we even took the same approach and did it with visual effects. We created a mood board of all our favourite games and movies and TV shows and stuff like that, and from a range of 2D, 3D, and we used that just to create again the visual effects from Manic Mechanics. Even catching stuff from everyday life, like we needed to do one for a tire exploding, and I thought to myself, well, there's no way I'm going to be able to do a tire exploding because if you look at this, Jesus Christ, I don't want to be sitting next to that when that goes off. So we then had to use, instead of live reference, we had to use idea of how to get a tile exploding, what it looked like, the force, power when it explodes, like everything like that. It's great. And from the safety of the studio, we were able to create a wonderful, unique effect to help give that, oomph and power when the tire was exploding, and it just helped create that great sense of readability. Again, good animation, good flow, good weight, everything like that. It's phenomenal. Loved it. And with all that, we took the same approach and method again, and we did it with our visual effects, like the batteries exploding, fire, water, all kinds of stuff. Yeah, just absolutely amazing. What else can I say? Visual effects, just get on with it. Okay. Well, actually, it's not all, folks. There's a few other things, but what I would say is through learning all this as well, and through taking the inspiration from everyday life, it helped us just flow. It helped us to create all kinds of things. And I would say is, if you're standing in the park, and you see maybe trees around you, or you bump into your friend, you're like, oh, how's it going on? No bad, mate. Oh, and you're just chatting away, getting excited about maybe the meal you made last night, or something that you watched on TV. Even to if you see a fly that's just what is he doing at the window? Just even things like that is a great visual gallery for not just for animators and artists, but for everybody, no matter what you do. It's a great way to start a conversation. It's a great way to start a story. It's a great way to just, to make you feel to help enhance your own projects, to make you feel like you can express yourself in your own work. And again, just be more animated. Just, have fun. Just go for it. And like I say, yeah, I know it's probably a quick one, but I hope you've all found this informative. And yeah, that's all, folks. I've got 1 minute left. If you want quick questions, anything? No? That's good for me. Sorry? What's my favourite animation? Oh God, whole things. I was watching one of Tom and Jerry last night when Butch came over, and he was like, they were trying to get rid of Jerry, couldn't do it, and at the very end, the whole house came falling down, and Tom's like, he picks up a hat, and Butch pulls the hat out and just puts it on his head, and he just sits there like that, and he just wrote cat exterminator, and Tom's like, C-A-T-cat, and he grabbed the shotgun and he just sat there, but the posing as well, and he was shooting Tom in the distance was brilliant. So it's just ranges from that. It's just ranges from that. Even I love Dragon Ball Z. I've loved it ever since I was a child. They heavily influenced as well my visual effects and my mechanics as well. What I would say is even everyday life as well. My pets that I used to have when I was growing up, they helped influence me for how they used to run. One of them would run on the clappers on the floor, and it was on laminated flooring, and it would just it was great. It was just constantly watching how they ran and stuff like that. But I even do it even today, watching pigeons. But I'll sit there and just go, how did they do that? It's what is with this? Why did they sit and move like that? And that's what I'm saying. It's all about just everything will inspire you, and everything will help you, express yourself. And it doesn't matter what it is, whether it's animation, level design, even visual effects, everything. It can help you with everything. Hope that answers your question. Any more? I think that's it.
Thank you so much, Brian. That was amazing. I now really want to watch Tom and Jerry. Perfect. So next up, we have Sarah Hussain, who is the business development manager at Miniclip, and he'll be doing a Q&A with Colin. Round of applause.
Hello, hello. We just need to click this, but I've lost the cursor. Have I got another microphone? Maybe, maybe.
this work? It works. I can hear it.
Excellent. So Zaire kindly decided to come up from London to meet everyone, but didn't have the time to prepare a talk. And I said, okay, let's just get up on stage and I'll ask you like 5 questions as if you were going to do a talk anyway, but they're questions you'll answer naturally. So, Zaire, tell me, who is Miniclip?
Well, that's a great question. Who is Miniclip?
You're welcome.
Where is Anyway, Miniclip at this point, like it's one of the largest publishers in the world. Most of you, though, like most everyone in the world, probably remembers Miniclip back when we were still in web games. So I think by 2005, it was the biggest web portal in the world. And it was so popular that even though now we are one of the biggest mobile publishers in the world, last year, or about a year and a half ago, when Miniclip, the website finally closed down because it had made 0% of the revenue for the last 10 years, everyone messaged us, like people at Miniclip being like, oh my God, are you okay? I heard Miniclip shut down. So, suffering from success, I guess.
I didn't get the memo that the website had shut down. I'm shocked. Cool. So what's the focus at the moment? Obviously, mobile's massive.
Look, we've always, since 2012, which is, so we opened our first studio in Portugal, mobile studio in Portugal in 2011. In 2012, the mobile version of 8-Ball Pool came out, and it was an absolute smash hit success and kind of propelled Miniclip forward. So since then, some of the games you might have heard about, which we've either developed ourselves or we've acquired the studios, it's like Cybo, Subway Surfers, Triple Match 3D, that was Alien Dynamics. We're 19 studios now, Pure Sniper, that's 8-Pixel Square, which is now called Miniclip Derby. So mobile free-to-play is always going to be our focus. I think for the foreseeable future, it's still a very, very strong business model, but we've branched out. Like we also acquired Ironhide, which does the Kingdom Rush games, most of which are premium, and now they're branching out with us into free-to-play. And just about a month and a half ago, we completed our acquisition of our first PC console studio, which is also a UK studio, FutureLab, which is behind Power Wash Simulator, which was an amazing thing for all of us because most of us have been into games since we were kids, and like the team behind Power Wash is absolutely amazing. So we're mobile free-to-play is our biggest focus and always will, well, as far as we can tell, will be going forward, but we're very excited to sort of branch out into these.
So the FutureLab acquisition, that's expanding, that's not taking away from mobile. You're not plateauing, you've still got the same ambition for mobile, you're just looking at PC and console more as well.
Absolutely. Look, when I joined a few years ago, I was told that the company motto, not motto, I guess, I'm not sure what you'd call it, but it pops up all the time, was to be the most popular games company in the world, right? Like just be in front of everyone. And I was like, well, it's just a company motto. But they're serious, guys. Like they want to be everywhere. So mobile free-to-play, obviously it's the biggest sector out there, but there's things you can do on Steam and console that you just can't do on mobile free-to-play. And I think Power Wash Simulator is an amazing example of an indie game which was an overnight success after 20 years. Which, you just can't have that anywhere else.
Cool. And then in terms of the game, well, actually, more to the point, why are you here? I mean, it's amazing you've come up to Dundee. We're very touched. I think I know the answer to this, but I'd like to hear it in your words. Why are you here?
I'm here for all of you. I'm here because look, Dundee's been famous for a long time. It's not just that it's a dynamic industry. It has this great legacy of like everything from Lemmings to GTA. And it's amazing to see that legacy and to kind of see that it's still dynamic, and while some studios might shut down, others are popping up. When we opened our doors to PC console as well, that I think kind of tipped the balance of, there's a lot of people that we would have been meeting, which we didn't, because we were mobile free-to-play only for a long time. So that's why I'm here, to get to know everyone, to chat, to talk games because I'm still a huge games geek, and to look at studios for acquisition and for games for publishing.
So interesting you put them in that order. Is there a preference to looking for studios to acquire, or is it completely open? Publishing, acquiring, it's all an option. You're just happy to have a conversation. Is there
I'm happy to have a conversation because of the conversation with you mentioned Future Lab and Parawas Sim. That conversation started. That was one of the first conversations I had when I joined Miniclip. That was almost 3 years ago, and there we were like really trying to get a mobile free-to-play version out of them, and we had a lot of talks, and the deal fell apart at the last moment. But the relationship was there, and the second our doors opened to PC console publishing, PC console acquisitions, I reached out, and the deal was done literally 7 weeks later. Like, it was all of it, the due diligence, M&A, everything signed. So yeah, you never know how these things will evolve.
Impressive. It's all your fault. That's good. Good. So we've got the right person who's come up to visit us. I think that's a good sign. So in terms of the games and the platforms here, is there anything in particular in your head you're looking for? Are you looking for more simulator games? Are you looking for more free to play, or is it?
So, I mean, simulators. Free to play is on the mobile side. On the PC console side, really anyone who's doing well, we want to take to the next level. And we are actually known. I mean, people think it's EA, but it's us guys. Like, we're the most downloaded sports publisher in the world. That's kind of where our core was. But over the last few years, especially, we've been expanding the kinds of games we look at. We've become more agnostic. Anything which we think has a chance of success, we're happy to look at.
Perfect. And then just a story. Years ago, I was sitting down with Robert and Sad, that founded and run London at least, and I said I was a massive 8-ball pool player. Played way too much of it on holiday.
We thank you for your service.
Well, they did pay for the dinner, so I got some of that money back. Not at all, I can guarantee you. But they said one of their challenges was, I mean, the game was doing, and this is 10 years ago, the game had done and was still doing amazingly well, but they were saying there was sort of a perception almost that it wasn't sexy. It kind of been successful for too long, and it no longer got featured by Apple or anyone on the stores. So they were kind of torn between, do we want something new and sexy and shiny that will get featured, even if that only lasts a week, or something that's going to be, getting tens of millions of downloads month after month for years. Do you have a preference between the sort of fashionable, looks amazing now versus something like 8-ball pool that I assume is still doing crazy numbers?
It is, and I would say that fashion doesn't pay the bills. So it's one of those things where, like, and sometimes you can get both, right? Sometimes you can get amazing games which, like Subway. So Subway Surfers I used to play like way back, right? Like, I think it's still one of the best looking games out there. We were able to acquire Cybo and hopefully do a lot with them. Power Wash is similar. But ultimately, if I had to pick, it would always be, the thing is, a game that does well, not in downloads, in revenue, month after month, year after year, people out there love it, right? Whether you personally, like, it's the kind of game you would play. Usually, I always say this, like, if I have an opinion and the market has an opinion, and like a different opinion, believe the market, it's correct. Like, I'm always wrong in that setup.
Perfect. We're just about out of time. You've spent the day in Dundee. You came up last night.
Yeah.
So do you know Dundee is the sunniest city in Scotland?
You know, I could tell. I had a feeling. I was just from the moment I stepped in.
It's been one of those days. I thought you might. Fantastic. Will we get you back up to Dundee?
I'm sure you will.
Amazing. Thank you, Zaire from Miniclip.
Cheers. Thanks so much, man.
Hello. Well, it's time for our last talk of the evening. Very sad. We're at the end. Welcome on stage, Jupiter Hadley, Head of Community, try that again, sorry. Head of community at Toya Play. Huge round of applause.
Hello, I'm Jupiter Hadley, and as was announced, I am the head of community at Toya Play. A little bit of background on Toya Play and where I come from. They're a Roblox-based game development studio that works specifically in IP-based games. They're a hit game at the moment. Their first year of that game being released had about 750 million active players, and I was the head of community, and am the head of community for that. So I'm going to be talking about 10 things that I learned as being community manager. So firstly, community management is a lot of things depending on who you ask. It can be social media management, it can be marketing management, it can be influencer relations, it can be graphic design, it can be video editing. Knowing exactly what you want from your community manager and making that very clear from the get-go makes it much easier for your community manager to do their job efficiently and everyone to have the same expectations of what they're doing, especially with the job listings now having loads of different other jobs shoehorned in. I've done lots of these different aspects of community management, even some product design on community-related in-game events. So knowing what you want from your community manager and what they can provide is really important when looking at this job spec. My second slide just doesn't exist for some reason. It won't download, but it's on sort of keeping up momentum. So when you first start building a community, there's nothing there for the beginning. What you want to do is have a schedule of events and continue doing them even if no one's showing up. Having that consistency and momentum will mean that when people do show up, you have something for them to look forward to and a system that they can easily follow, a loop of you post this thing on Wednesday, you get a sneak peek that they can do on Thursday, and then on Saturday they expect the sort of game release. I work in live products, so there's a lot of this loop of keeping the community engaged and having stuff for them to look forward to that's consistently being looked at by them. Another thing that I learned right off the bat is you need to enforce rules. You are the bad guy. When you have a Discord community, it's very important to have predefined rules that make it so that people can't misbehave. If you have a server of people who are allowed to get away with things that are inappropriate or that are bad, that festers, and you end up with a community of toxic people. Toxic people will bring in other toxic people so that they can continue to be toxic. Depending on the community you want to grow, having a toxic community is really hard to manage and unsafe in a lot of ways. So it's something that you really do need to keep an eye on and play the bad guy for. On the other side, you should reward your key members. Rewarding your key members is actually extremely easy. You can give them meaningless roles. People love little roles next to their game, next to their name, and it makes them feel like they're really important and part of a bigger community than what they are. These people end up becoming your ambassadors. They will tell other people about your game. They will engage in all your social media posts. They will enter all of your contests. And having them there to talk about your game as a non-employee is so powerful in your community and something that you want to highlight right off the bat. We have lots of little programs that give meaningless in-game currency that they can then, well, no, out-of-game currency that they can then spend on in-game items, allowing them to get stuff for free through engagement. And that's done a lot with building up people that will constantly engage and constantly keep interacting with everything that we do. It's also a lot of your time. A lot of people talk about work-life balances. When you're a community manager, the concept of work-life balance is very skewed. You will need to run most of your events on a weekend. That's when people are around. They're not around at 3 p.m. on a regular business day. So there's a lot of conversation that need to be had on what days you do have off, what days your game updates, or what days are important for your game. With that said, your server will get raided at super inconvenient times, and you will have to be contactable or have a system in place to deal with that. And lots of people don't understand time zones, especially when you're working with kids. I get lots of Discord calls at 3 in the morning, and why haven't I replied? It's 3 in the morning. It was 5 p.m. for them, and they don't understand that I live somewhere else, and it's just a different time. So that's something to be super, super aware of, that no one will understand the times that you are available and not available. And you can kind of negate that through having different people available at different times, but that does depend on your studio and their availability to have different time zone community managers. So being somewhat available as the head of community was a whole new way of rescheduling exactly what I work. Another big thing that you don't realize is that you become the face Community managers put up with a lot. A lot of people will think that they are the CEO of the company, that they are the dev in charge of the update that's late, and it is their fault that anything bad is happening. I get lots of messages saying, "Hello, Toya," as if I am Toya, a single human, and everything is just me doing all of this. I don't. I also get a lot of bug reports, and a lot of community managers need to make those bug reports into something that the QA team can actually use, which is a whole nother process in itself, and something that needs to be worked through with QA so that everything relevant is being passed on and that they can deal with that, and then you can come back and talk to your community about what's being done. So a lot of it's communication with your team. Teams need to have a big roadmap to work with community managers when stuff is being changed. Community managers do need to know off the bat so that they can relay that information back to their audience, especially if you've done sneak peeks and you've got stuff that you've said is coming and that's being delayed. Knowing that and negating that is a big part of the way that we work and our jobs, and is really, really important. We work with IPs, which mean that you need to become the fan of your IP. So in Roblox, it's obviously a much younger audience than I personally am. And one of our first IPs was for a children's TV show with the age range of 8 to 12. I have watched every episode inside and out. I know how to pronounce all the characters' names correctly. When I didn't, people lost faith in the project. I spent a lot of time introducing characters incorrectly to be ridiculed by children, which is very hard to deal with at first. So you do need to, if you're going into IPs, really learn the IP and know the ins and outs of it as well. They will want canon stuff in the game. And with that, kids will pick on you. And adults will pick on you. People in general will pick on you. They will get mad that something's gone wrong in the game or something didn't get added, and they will take that out on you personally. Community managers have to have a really thick skin. There's at least 30 different individual Discord servers dedicated to how terrible I am that constantly email my family, my coworkers about how bad I am as a human for banning them for being racist or not adding a character that I'm not in charge of adding because it's not my job. So that's just a part of the day-to-day job, and it's something that you have to deal with and get over as a human, that none of these comments matter, and at the end of the day, you personally can ban them, and that's a powerful tool to use. If people do continually harass you, it's fine to sit there and ban them and remove them from the community. It's a role that takes a lot of support, especially on a live product. As a community manager, you are the bridge between the people and the game. So you have to spend a lot of time talking to your product team, talking to the different people making decisions, and making sure that they understand what the community wants and what the community needs. At one point, we had a great idea to add cars. There aren't cars. These are children in like the show. They don't drive cars. So I had to go into a meeting going, cars are great for roleplay. No one's going to buy them. No one will like it. We put cars in the game. No one cared about them. It was a big waste of time. But you do need to spend that time communicating what your community needs and having a product manager that listens and understands and knows that you are coming from a place of I just speak the community, and that is my job. Another big thing is having good mods. This goes with your server will be rated at 3 in the morning and you'll be asleep. You'll want to have mods that you pay once your community gets big for both Discord and Reddit. And you want to make sure you have a very clearly defined set of rules on what lines they should be interacting with and what stuff they should pass to you. And doing that, we found, is only through paying actual adults and not just giving people mod on server because they're active. You want people that most of the time aren't even that big of fans of your project and are just here with the sole job to moderate so that you can lean on them and have that extra support within your community. And that's all from me. If you have questions, you can contact me on Twitter.
Hello, hello. And that's it, folks. And we're going to do a raffle. I've got my glamorous assistant here. It's Colin.
That's me.
That wasn't a big enough round of applause. Come on, guys. It's Colin. Hey! That's better. Thank you.
It also wasn't a big enough whoop for the raffle. How cool
you can do better. Come on, try it again. The raffle! Oh! I don't know what was haunted, I'm sorry.
We'll hopefully get some stampy feet on the drum roll as we go through. Okay, we have got a ton of prizes tonight. If I read out the prize, you press the button and read out the winner.
Excellent plan. What could possibly go wrong?
First up, well, there will be lots go wrong, but that's the nature of these events. First up, from Head Up Games, we have the bundle of Tinkertown and Dr. Fetus Mean Meat Machine.
Oh. And the winner is Fergus Coin. Woo! Rigged.
He's not a popular winner. From Wired Productions, we have their, which bundle is it? It's their Switch bundle. So this is a copy of Arcade Paradise on Switch with a snapback cap and cassette player with soundtrack on tape.
Rob Gelb.
Congratulations, Rob. Also from Wired Productions, we have a bundle of Tin Hearts and The Last Worker.
Stuart Martin. I know him.
He wasn't here. He's not allowed. Next up from Creative Assembly, we have a couple of copies of Total War 3 Warhammer. So first one, Paul Robertson.
Congratulations, Paul.
Second one,
Rebecca and Max from Glitchers. Woo! Last one.
actually, no, sorry, this is the different prize. There was only two of those. Next prize is from Super Rare Games, this Little Gator game, this collector's edition. So that goes to Paul, who wasn't here. Was here last night, but not tonight. But it's a big box, and I'm keen to get rid of it. So someone from Team Terrible needs to take that off me tonight, please.
Congrats, Paul.
Congratulations. Next up, we have a Hooded Horse bundle, Against the Storm, Manor Lords, and Sons of Valhalla.
Ooh. Congratulations, Stuart Milne.
And then we have another Hooded Horse bundle. This is just Manor Lords and Sons of Valhalla.
Ooh. Congratulations, Ross Mark.
We've got the first of the No More Robots bundles. So the first one is Soccer Story, Let's Build a Zoo, and various bits of DLC.
And the winner is Max Alexander.
And the second one of those bundles.
Ooh. Rob Gelb.
The next No More Robots bundle is Not Tonight 1 and 2 and Tombstar.
Ooh. War Dog Studios.
I've lost count. Was that the first or second of the Not Tonight bundles? That was the first one, wasn't
That
it?
was the first one.
Yeah. Second one.
Second one. Ooh. Stuart Milne. It's picking favourites.
We have another No More Robots bundle. This one is Family Man, Spirity, Fashion Police Squad, and Nowhere Profit.
Ooh. Devin Rogers.
Second bundle.
Second bundle. Who's it going to be? Fiona Henderson. Congrats, Fiona.
And then the final No More Robots bundle. This one is Hypnospace Outlaw, Slayers, Yes Your Grace, and Descenders.
Ooh, who's it going to be? Chris McLaughlin.
And then the second one of those bundles.
Ooh. Declan McGuinness.
Next up, we have a PQ bundle of games, but we have a choice. Last night, we raffled the PlayStation 5 version, so tonight we can raffle the 5 Switch games or the 5 PlayStation 4 games. What would you prefer? Let's draw for the Switch.
We're drawing for the Switch, people. Oh, is it going to be? It's anonymous. Sure it is. Right, we're drawing that again. Doesn't count. Oh. War Dog Studios. Excellent.
We've got another choice. This is from Yogscast Games. They've given us 4 copies of PlayTup on either PlayStation or Xbox. Which one? PlayStation.
Who's it going to be? Who's it going to be? Rebecca and Max from Glitchers.
And then from Focus Interactive, we've got 2 sets of bundles of Banishers, Expeditions, and Atlas Fallen. First one.
Ooh. And that goes to Dave Sherd.
Perfect. Second, one of the Focus bundles.
War Dog Studios.
We are removing winning tickets, I promise.
I promise.
So that was the 2 Focus Interactives. Now we get a revenge. The next prizes are from War Dog Studios. They're giving us 2 copies of Modern Warfare 3 for tonight.
Right. First copy. Who's it going to be?
And they don't get to win.
It was very close to them. It's Max Alexander.
And the second one?
And the second one, coming up now. Paula Lucas. Excellent. Congratulations, Paula.
And then next up from PT Turf, we have 2 copies of The Engineer.
First copy. We're spinning. Ian Wedge. Congratulations, Ian.
Second copy.
Second copy. It's a spinning. Justinella Crew. Sorry.
Excellent. And then we are on to the physical prizes from Nacon. So first up is the RIG 300 Pro XX headset.
Ooh. And that's going and spinning. We're spinning, people. Contain your incitement. It's James McAdam. Congratulations, James.
And then finally from Nacon, we have got their Pro Compact Xbox controller.
Ooh. It's spinning. Kirk Daly. Congratulations.
Phoebe, we're done.
We're done. We did it. We've done it. Oh my God, I've done it. Thank you so much, folks. And just a reminder that if you put your name in for the raffle, you'll be putting your name for the raffle tomorrow night as well, so you still have a chance to win. So, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
Perfect.
Phoebe, I know you've missed a party tonight. Well, you got to nip over to your party, but I hope tonight's been fun.
It's been very fun. Thank you for having me. It's been great listening to all the great talks. You've been amazing. You've been a great audience. Dundee, as always. Can't beat it.
Absolutely. Right. How amazing has she been? Please give Phoebe a big hand. Unfortunately, I can never understand where the hours go with these things, but that has been a brilliant set of talks. Brilliant to see all the networking and everything that's going on. Great to see so many people come up to see us all. I hope there's lots of follow-up. The point of this is to get us out, get us talking to each other, getting us talking to the people that are up here to see us. So hoping to see a lot of that. Just a few thank yous. I would like to give a big thank you to the venue. We started here 6 years ago. We're back here. John and the folks that run the venue always do a brilliant job and make it so welcoming and help us with all the technical problems we have. So please give the venue a massive round of applause. They also always do a bunch of cool gigs, so anytime you're fancying, check out the posters on the stairwell and come to support some of the bands they get in. I would like to go around our speakers and give another round of applause for our speakers, because it's, like I said before, it's 10 minutes on stage. It's deceptive how long it takes for someone to write a 10-minute talk, let alone travel up, let alone the actual 10 minutes. So too, Ben from Epic, Maher from Keelworks, Chris from the BFI, Reese from SavePoint, Kirk from Blackadders, Ross from Platonic, Sarah, our videographer, Luke from Chokepoint, Tanya from Hub175, Joe from Hairy Heart, Kyle from No Code, Brian from 4J, Zaire from Miniclip, and Jupiter from Toya. How amazing were they? Please give them a huge round of applause again. And as I said earlier, all the costs associated with putting this on these days means we can't do without the sponsors. So another massive thank you to our sponsors: Team Terrible, Blackadders, Pocket Sized Hands, 4J Studios, Ninja Kiwi, No Code, Blazing Griffin, Johnson Carmichael, Escape Studios, Lucid Link, Cerilo, the UK Games, the UK Global Screen Fund at the BFI, Speech Graphics, and Rivet Games. Please give them another round of applause as well, if you wouldn't mind. Tomorrow, we pack up and take all this through to Glasgow and do all this again. If anyone wants to come through to Glasgow, it's mostly a different audience, but I love seeing people move around the cities. I don't care about the tickets. If you're here today, you're welcome to walk in the door in Glasgow if you fancy coming through. A lot of the talks are the same. There's one or two different, but the audience is very different, so you meet a different set of people. We have seen various people from the Glasgow and Edinburgh scene here tonight, which is brilliant. So please do go through to the other cities if you can. If you want to talk at one of these in future, it looks like we're going to bring this back in third week in November. It's looking like, if people want it. Do we want it back in November? Bugger. No, we'll do it again in November. So if you fancy speaking at that one, when I put the call out, please give me a shout. It's as lovely a crowd as you'll get at any event. So whether you've done 100 talks or you haven't done any, it's a good opportunity just to get in front of everyone. Thank you all so much for coming along tonight. As you leave, if you don't want to keep your lanyards, please recycle them. There's a box at the door. And just finally, I need to give a massive thank you to the rest of the team that have helped put this all together. We have Lucy in the sound desk that's helped with engineering. Thank you, Lucy. Checking us all in at the front door was Parker and Rowan. Thank you so much. The hard to spot Fergus coin helped a lot behind the scenes, so thank you, Fergus. And our host, Phoebe. So far, I've not got the final total, we've raised something like £1,300 for Save the Children Gaza Fund. That's a huge amount of money that will make a real difference. Thank you everyone that's donated. Thank you all just for being here. It's been great. It's been lovely seeing everyone, and we'll see you again soon. Thank you. Good night.